Good afternoon, everybody. It is Steve Lookner with Agenda Free TV. We have a bunch of stories going on, so we want to bring you coverage of various things. We still have, I got to get my clock up. Oh my gosh. I didn't even, maybe I'll put it up after Trump speaks. I totally forgot about the clock. Anyways, there is a government shutdown will shut down at midnight if in the U.S. if the Democrats don't pass a spending bill, so we'll talk about that. Also, President Trump soon is supposed to he's supposed to speak at Department of Justice. I'm assuming the White House is going to show it, so I'm assuming I'll be able to show it to you. That is dependent on the White House showing it, which I assume they're going to, but we'll have to see. And then also severe weather threat for multiple U.S. states over the next couple days. Some very worrying weather forecasts going on, including, tornadoes, wind, fire threat. So all kinds of stuff going on. And we want to bring you live coverage of this. Now, the one thing is, I think I can get the clock up on the screen, but I have to refresh everything. I'm going to try doing this. I think it's going to, when I put this up, it's going to all change. All right, let's try this. Are you guys ready for this? I'm going to have to get the clock back up. Well, I don't want to do it yet. Yeah, I do actually. All right, here we go. Let's try this. Let's try this. Where is it here? Do I even have it? Oops, now you can't see me. Now you can't see me. All right, this might not work. Let's try this again. Let's see here. Testing 1, 2, 3. We might have to stick with what I was doing. Let's see if this works. All right, that works. Yeah, I think we're gonna have to stick with it this way. Oh yeah, see, I have to fix the headline. I'm not gonna worry about the clock right now. We're not gonna worry about the clock right now. That I can try to put up later, but for the moment we're not putting it up. And then I got to fix this. And obviously we're not here for the Blue Origin rocket. So soon. All right, well, I tried. Okay. So let me just kind of get organized here. I want to thank our moderators for being here. I really appreciate it. We have Roberts May Queen, Janet B, Beth Mythical, Ruth Krafasi, Sarah 55, all there over on YouTube. Thank you for modding. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha on X. Over on Twitch we have, hang on a second here. Give me 2 seconds and I'll tell you what's going. There's, I just have to do something real quick here to see that. One moment, just one moment. I think I just did it. Good. Okay. Over on Twitch, we have A Moment of Lovely, Big Ball of Yarn, I Got That Fire, Matthew Kohai, and Surly Dev. Minimize that. Minimize that. Put that over here. Also, we have, ooh, that's better. I like that. Also, we have our Facebook mods. I want to say thanks to them. He's not speaking yet. There's so many things to update on. Oh, hold on one more moment here. Okay. One of those days where things are just constantly needing to be fixed. Okay. All right, so I'm keeping my eye out for the White House feed. Maybe I'll talk about the weather stuff in the meantime while we're waiting for that to start. And again, all kinds of stuff to talk about here. So the weather stuff is very concerning. This is the risk for today. A moderate risk of severe thunderstorms is forecast today and or tonight. And then I think it's a high tornado risk for tomorrow. A regional outbreak of severe thunderstorms is likely this afternoon through tonight across parts of the lower mid-Mississippi Valley and portions of the lower Ohio Valley and Mid-South. Numerous tornadoes, several of which could be strong, widespread severe gusts ranging up to 100 miles an hour, and scattered large hail up to baseball size all appear likely. Also, a tornado outbreak is likely tomorrow. You can see this is from the National Weather Service. A tornado outbreak is likely tomorrow across the central Gulf states and deep south into the Tennessee Valley. Numerous significant tornadoes, some of which should be long track and potentially violent, are expected on Saturday afternoon and evening. The most dangerous threat should begin across eastern Louisiana and Mississippi during the late morning to afternoon, spread across Alabama late day into evening, and reach western parts of the Florida Panhandle and Georgia Saturday night. So that is going to be something to keep an eye on for tomorrow. Here is the map for tomorrow. Convective outlook, day 2. High, including Birmingham, Alabama, Jackson, Mississippi, Tuscaloosa, Alabama, Hoover, Alabama, Hattiesburg, Mississippi, just some of the places in there. That's for tomorrow. So that's super concerning. A tornado outbreak is likely on Saturday across the Central Gulf Coast states and deep south into the Tennessee Valley. Numerous significant tornadoes, some of them which should be long track and potentially violent, are expected on Saturday afternoon and evening. The most dangerous tornado threat should begin across eastern Louisiana and Mississippi during the late morning to afternoon, spread across Alabama late day into evening, and reach western parts of the Florida Panhandle and Georgia Saturday night. So that's tomorrow. And then this is today. Where's the today one? Day 1 outlook. That's the severe convective outlook for today. In the red, moderate risk, which is above enhanced, just below high, that includes places like Memphis, St. Louis, Des Moines, Springfield, Illinois, Peoria, Illinois. Numerous tornadoes, several which could be strong, widespread severe gusts ranging from 60 to 100 miles an hour, and scattered large hail up to baseball size, all appear likely. All right, so we're going to keep an eye on that. Adrienne says, I have severe weather anxiety. Still nothing from the White House yet. Waiting for the... Oh, there's a space launch too. Yeah, I want to cover the space launch. I had forgotten about this afternoon I had forgotten about the space launch because there was so much else going on. There's that space launch at What time is the launch? I got to look it up. It's 7 or something. I got to look it up. I don't even know what it is. I got to look it up on the SpaceX. 7:03 p.m. Eastern or something. Is that when it is? Yeah, there's just so much going on. Yeah, so I'm assuming we'll cover that. Yeah, the launch tonight is set for 7:03 p.m. Eastern Time. That is the launch of the next space station crew, which will allow the current crew, which includes Suni Williams and Butch Wilmore, who have been up there for 9 months, to come back down. By the way, I want to take some comments from you guys. A quick thank you to Harper Ann for your support. Thanks so much, Harper Ann. Thanks also to our new member, Slavic Acadian Latino. Also, Catsy, our member, thank you. Jennifer Rochelle, our member, who says, pray for us tonight in St. Louis, worst remembered. Yeah, I mean, St. Louis is right in that, the highest risk area for today of moderate convective risk is St. Louis is in there today. Hang on a second here. I can show you something about that. By the way, thanks Lynn Downey as well for being a member. Look, if you look at this, this is from, is this thing? Dismiss. This is from National Weather Service, I believe, and it says Storm Prediction Center, severe risk categories. And the highest one today in a bunch of the country is moderate, which says widespread severe storms likely, long-lived, widespread, and intense. Then high is the highest level. Convective risk, I believe, is for severe thunderstorms and associated weather hazards, like tornadoes, hail, strong wind, heavy rain. Palm Tree Lover says, I live in St. Louis and I'm really worried. Yeah, if I go back to here, I don't know, by the way, one of our viewers said, when is the vote happening? I don't know when the Senate's going to vote on the, I don't know when the Senate's going to vote on the Republican funding bill to try to avoid a government shutdown. So I'll keep an eye on that too and let you know. That is today's outlook right here. And what is, that's valid until 8 a.m. tomorrow, Eastern time. And this is the worst area of worst risk in here. But you can see, I mean, even, you see the general idea here. Severe thunderstorms, severe gusts, up to 100 miles an hour, tornadoes, hail, these are the kind of things we're talking about. Rainfall. All right, so we need to keep an eye on that. Anime Fan says, my meteorologist says this is going to be a big one. Oh, you know what? Hold on a minute here. Hold on a minute. Thanks, by the way, to QBat for your support. I really appreciate it. QBat, thank you. QBat. Also, Haas McKayfabe. Thanks for subscribing yesterday. I missed that. And Aloha Charles and Bad Toastery. I don't know if I thanked them yesterday. I think I did. And thanks, Kerry Poteet, for your support. Really appreciate it, Kerry. Yeah, she says there's a lot going on. There is. Hey, KC Steve gave 20 people memberships. That's so nice of you, KC Steve. Thank you. Make sure you thank somebody if they give you a gift membership or a gift subscription. Thanks. Also, VF9E, our new member, thank you. And again, thanks, Kerry Poteet and KC Steve. All right, so we're waiting for Trump to speak at the Justice Department. Again, oh, hold on. We got it. Trump at Justice Department. Guys, hold on a second. Hang on a moment. Okay, there that is. I got that for you. Let me just make sure that you can hear sound. Give me one moment here. I want to test this. You might hear two of me for a second. You can hear sound. Yeah, we're good. Okay, so that's about to happen. Trump at the Justice Department. Why is this? There, that's better. Hold on a second here. He was supposed to originally speak at 3, by the way. That's when it was originally scheduled for. And the White House has gone live with it. So if I hear they've changed the time, I'll let you know. But the White House feed is now live. They don't usually go live until shortly before he's actually speaking. There's also like a major fire risk too. Yes, look at this. If you give me a second here, watch. Hang on. What I need to do is put this up here. So you can see this is the fire weather outlook for today. Extreme fire weather, all in here. This is from, again, the National Weather Service. That includes Oklahoma City, Tulsa, Wichita, Lubbock, Texas, Amarillo, Texas. All in here is extreme. The red is critical, and that includes San Antonio, Dallas, Austin, Fort Worth, Kansas City, Missouri. Wildfire outbreak appears likely across the Southern Plains states. Critical fire weather area for most of the Southern Plains into eastern Kansas. Extremely critical fire weather area for portions of the Southern Plains, says the National Weather Service. That is active today. Extreme fire weather conditions are well underway across portions of eastern New Mexico into the Texas Panhandle and western Oklahoma. Infrared satellite and hotspot detection shows several new fires developing over the last couple of hours. Peak gusts up to 70 to 80 miles an hour have been observed across the Panhandle of Texas, with minimum relative humidity developing to the teens. In addition, a few dry thunderstorms were observed across northeastern Oklahoma earlier this morning. So very concerning here with the extreme fire weather, extreme fire risk. That is today from National Weather Service. Leave it to Skeeter heard about a fire in Comanche country, but no evacs in Oklahoma. I can't confirm that yet based on what I heard before. I'm going to look for some stuff about that too. I'll keep my eye out. Sam Victor says, I am in Tulsa. The wind is insane. One of our viewers, Roberts Mayqueen, said fire risk in Illinois also. Yeah, there's an elevated fire risk in more states. You can see there. All right, so Warband Gamer says wind here in Joplin is bad also. So we're going to have to keep an eye on that for you. Where is, oh, you know what I don't have here? Uh-oh. I got to get this set up. Give me one moment. One moment, please. I'm just getting something on the screen here. If you give me 2 seconds while we wait for President Trump to start speaking. Hang on a moment. One moment. I just have to do one quick thing. Okay. Now. I got to change my settings. I haven't used it in a little while. We're going to get radar omega up on the screen. I don't have it set up on this computer. I got to set it up on this computer, radar omega. It's not even, the radar isn't even on. Satellite is what I want. Okay, there we go. That's better. While we're waiting for President Trump, here's radar omega. And what I want to do is get the radar up for you. We want the MRMS. All right, there's that. We want it. Where is it? Yeah, that's right. How do I get these things off? I got to get those things off. Okay, good. So this is the current, I got to press play. Get it up to 14 frames. That's the current radar right now. So it's expected to get worse. There's no tornado warnings right now. I should look up the, actually, and there's special weather statements for in here. If you zoom in, you can see some stormy weather here. Strong thunderstorm there, wind gusts up to 50 and nickel-size hail. That's in Oklahoma, so we got some strong storms there. Kansas, Iowa, Arkansas. Got this down here, special weather statement in Kansas. Strong thunderstorm. So we'll be keeping an eye on radar omega. Oopsie. Meanwhile, we're waiting for this. What are the markets doing today? I thought they were up a little bit, weren't they? Yes. Stock market up today. NASDAQ up 2.5% roughly. S&P 500 up around 2%. Dow Jones up 1.5%. Wall Street Journal says, with a threat of a government shutdown receding, stocks are ending a tough week with a rally. Giuseppe, our viewer, said crypto is up. Bitcoiner 84,705, up about 4.5% today. So stocks up a bit. So we're going to be keeping an eye on the weather. We're going to talk about the government shutdown. We're going to talk about the SpaceX launch. There is a lot to cover. And any moment now, we're going to bring you President Trump speaking live at the Department of Justice. I can see on a different feed, they are actually putting looks like a folder or something, maybe some notes, on the podium. Looks like they're getting the podium set up. So the reporting suggests Senate Minority Leader, Democratic leader in the Senate, Chuck Schumer, yesterday said he was going to support not having a shutdown. He was going to support the Republican spending bill that got passed by the House to avoid a shutdown. He thought a shutdown was too risky because it would give. Well, one of the things I believe he said is that it would allow President Trump and Elon Musk to take advantage of the shutdown to maybe get rid of different parts of government even easier than it would be otherwise, and lay people off. So he suggested yesterday that there were enough Democrats in the Senate, there need to be 7, to vote for it. I believe publicly, I think something like 3 Democrats have committed. So it is not the case, at least as of the start of the stream, it was not the case that enough Democrats had publicly committed to voting for the Republican spending bill that we know there's not going to be a shutdown. It seems like there's a decent chance of it because that's what Chuck Schumer was suggesting yesterday. But we'll have to see what happens. Oh, Rand Paul. One of our viewers said need 8 because of Rand Paul. Yeah, I think I saw something about that. Hold on a minute. I got to look that up. Thanks to the viewer who mentioned Rand Paul, Warband Gamer. Where is it here? Hang on a moment here. Yes, Rand Paul is a no. I just read a report from NBC News saying he's a no. So yeah, you would need 8 Democrats to vote for it. The reference frame thinks Rand Paul would cave if needed. I'm going to pull something up about that. Talk about that for a second while we're waiting for Trump to start. I can get a countdown clock maybe on the screen a little later. AP reports that the Democratic Party was fracturing today as a torrent of frustration and anger was unleashed at Senate Democrats led by Chuck Schumer, who faced what they saw as an awful choice: either shut the government down or consent to a Republican funding bill that allows President Trump to continue slashing the federal government. After Schumer announced yesterday he would support the bill, reluctantly, he bore the brunt of that anger, including a protest at his office, calls from progressives that he be primaried in 2028, and suggestions that the Democratic Party would soon be looking for new leaders. AP reports many in the party felt the New York Democrat was not showing sufficient fight, arguing that a government shutdown would force Trump and the Republicans to the negotiating table. Yet to Schumer, the choice ultimately came down to preventing a shutdown he believed would only hand Trump more power and leave the party with the blame for disruptions in government services. I'm waiting, by the way, for this.
Please welcome
here we go.
Attorney General Pamela Bondi.
Here we go.
Hi, please be seated. Welcome to the Department of Justice. And I love our team. Todd Blanche, Emil Bovey, Kash Patel, soon to be Terry Cole, Gadi Saralta. Thank you all. We are going to fight to keep America safe again. President Trump has prioritized tackling our nation's fentanyl crisis, and he has taken decisive action to fight it. I want to thank our U.S. attorneys who are here today, our state attorneys general from all around the country. I see all my friends out there, my colleagues. who will work to prosecute violent criminals, get the drugs off our streets, get the gangs off our streets, and get the illegal aliens out of our country. And thank you to all of our federal, state, and local law enforcement officers who are here today who keep us safe every day and night. Thank you to all of you. Today we have with us one of the most effective drug seizing teams in the entire country. I said I wish I told them earlier, take them and put them in every major city in the country. Since January, they have saved millions of lives taking drugs and illegal weapons off the streets of Boston. And Todd, they asked us for more U.S. attorneys. I told them we're on it. Could you all please stand? This is Boston's DEA strike team. Thank you all. Thank you. We also have two angel moms here today. Anne lost her son. He was 15. He thought he was taking a Percocet at school, and it was laced with fentanyl. And he was beautiful. And I'm so sorry. But all of these people in this room, thanks to the directive of Donald Trump, are going to keep our streets safe and protect our kids. Thank you for being here. And Tammy's beautiful daughter, Kayla, was murdered violently by an illegal alien from El Salvador who should not have been in our country. And thanks to Donald Trump, they will all be deported very soon, thanks to his work, Homeland Security, and I say the unsung hero, Stephen Miller. On stage, we have, this is 180 kilograms. It represents, not real, of fentanyl, okay? So this represents 1 kilo of fentanyl. In its pure form, this 1 kilo can kill 500,000 people. The 180 there, in pure form, could kill 90 million people. That is the population of California, Texas, and Florida. That's what we're dealing with in our country. That's why angel moms go around the country. That's why Donald Trump has taken such a hard stance against cartels, securing our borders, getting these gangs and drugs out of our country. But look at that. That can kill 3 states in its pure form. That should terrify everyone. I see our senators made it. Did our senators? Thank you. However, taking the drugs off the streets is only half the battle. President Trump has secured our borders and will continue to fight the cartels throughout this country, deport them all, or lock them up for the rest of their lives, thanks to our prosecutors around this country where they belong. Under the last administration, cartels, criminals, they freely walked in and out of our country with impunity. No longer. Under Donald Trump, they live in fear, and they better live in fear because we're coming after all of them. I am so proud to have a team with Emil and Todd and all of our great team. And we all work for the greatest president in the history of our country. We are so proud to work at the directive of Donald Trump. It is, he will never stop fighting for us, and we will never stop fighting for him and for our country. It is an honor to welcome to the Department of Justice the 45th and the 47th President of the United States.
Whoa. Whoa. Whoa.
thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Pam, very much. What a job you're doing. And it's a true honor to be with you today. This is a storied hall, if there ever was one. And based on the crowd, I think we broke the all-time record. But as we begin a proud new chapter in the chronicles of American justice, this really is something. We're turning the page on 4 long years of corruption, weaponization, and surrender to violent criminals, and we're restoring fair, equal, and impartial justice under the constitutional rule of law. And you're the people that are doing it. Very, very proud of all of you. Under the Trump administration, the DOJ and the FBI will once again become the premier crime-fighting agencies on the face of the earth. People ask me, what am I going to do about law enforcement all the time? The fake news back there, they're asking me that all the time. What am I going to do? And when are you going to do it? And I answer them by saying I've already done most of it by appointing the people that I've appointed. They're sitting right here. They've done most of it. I don't do it, they do it. Right, Pam? I think, oh, you are so tough, they just don't know yet. Let me begin by congratulating the incredible people who will lead these historic reforms. And we start with somebody that you just saw, Pam Bondi. She's extraordinary, and I've known her very well for a long time. I watched her for a long time in Florida, for years in Florida, and highly experienced. She seems so young, but she's highly experienced, that I can tell you. She was a phenomenal Attorney General in Florida, and she's going to do a really amazing job. Also, our new director of the FBI, Kash Patel. Kash, right. A man that I'm very proud of. I've known him and Emil for a long time under tremendous pressure. I saw these guys under some of the most corrupt judges it's not even imaginable how corrupt they were. And these guys never wilted. They were not shy. They fought. They weren't afraid. And they were brilliant. Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche and Principal Associate Deputy Attorney Emil Beauvais. And thank you both very much. Right. Great people. They're great people. The Chief of Staff, who's so highly respected, Chad Mizell. Thank you, Chad. Chad? Yeah. Thank you, Chad. Our next administrator of the DEA, Terry Cole. Terry? Thank you, Terry. Good luck. Going to do great. Senior counsel to the Assistant Attorney General for Civil Rights. Boy, I've been watching him on television last couple of weeks. He is really a tough one, and he's a great one. Leo Terrell, you watch how good he's going to be. He's going to be so good. Thank you, Leo. Great guy. Assistant Attorney General of the Antitrust Division, who's got an incredible reputation. She'll do very, very well. Gail Slater. Thank you, Gail. Good luck. Great job. And we're joined by many, many great friends and terrific friends, and I won't be able to, too many to name, but some that I just see very quickly. General Flynn, thank you for being here. Here's a man who went through hell, by the way, and he shouldn't have. He's a patriot. He went through hell. We're also pleased to be joined by Senator Chuck Grassley and House Majority Whip. Where's Chuck? Hi, Chuck. House Majority Whip Tom Emmer. Tom, great job you're doing. Representative Guy Reschenthaler, one of the toughest names to say, but I got it perfectly, I think. And State Attorney General Ken Paxton, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Somebody who was with us early on, and she's really become a big star and very popular, Brenna Bird. Thank you, Brenna. Thank you very much. Steve Marshall, Alan Wilson, James Othermeyer, Chris Carr, Dave Sunday, Marty Jackley, as well as White House Deputy Chief of Staff, Stephen Miller. What a man Stephen is. Become a big star. Right, Emil? Steve Miller. Steve has been something very special. For generations, the Federal Department of Justice was one of America's most revered institutions. The men and women of the DOJ brought down the mafia, hunted down the killers, kingpins, and spies, tracked down terrorists and traitors, and tore down corrupt political machines all across America. This department commanded the respect and admiration of the entire world. And with Pam and Cash and all of the people I introduced and far more, big numbers, and all of you sitting back there, I recognize so many of you. But with you leading the way, it'll soon be the most admired and most respected of all. You're going to be more respected, and I really believe that there's also a lot of things to solve, a lot of problems to solve. But that's going to put you in the upper tier and maybe the top tier, and I believe that's going to happen. I'm so proud of the people in this room. But first, we must be honest about the lies and abuses that have occurred within these walls. Unfortunately, in recent years, a corrupt group of hacks and radicals within the ranks of the American government obliterated the trust and goodwill built up over generations. They weaponized the vast powers of our intelligence and law enforcement agencies to try and thwart the will of the American people. You remember the 51 intelligence agents that said, as an example, that Hunter Biden's laptop from hell came from Russia, when they knew it came right from his bedroom. They knew that. It was a big lie, and they knew it so well. They spied on my campaign, launched one hoax and disinformation operation after another, broke the law on a colossal scale, persecuted my family, staff, and supporters, raided my home, Mar-a-Lago, and did everything within their power to prevent me from becoming the President of the United States. With the help of radicals like Mark Elias, Mark Pomerantz, and these are people that nobody's ever seen anything like it. So many others, but these are people that are bad people, really bad people. They tried to turn America into a corrupt, communist, and third world country. But in the end, the thugs failed and the truth won. Freedom won, justice won, democracy won, and above all, the American people won. There could be no more heinous betrayal of American values than to use the law to terrorize the innocent and reward the wicked. And that's what they were doing at a level that's never been seen before. And it's exactly what you saw with Joe Biden, Merrick Garland, and their cronies to do the building of the last 4 years. What they've ripped down is incalculable. But what you're going to build up is likewise something that will be breaking all sorts of records. They set loose violent criminals while targeting patriotic parents at school board meetings. They dropped charges against Antifa and Hamas supporters while labeling traditional Catholics as domestic terrorists. The Catholics, we did very well with the Catholic vote, so I want to thank them for that. They really did, record numbers. I would say, what's with the Catholics? They're really after the Catholics, so I don't know. They were after a lot of people. Maybe they didn't even know why. They imported illegal alien murderers, drug dealers, and child predators from all over the world to come into our country while putting elderly Christians and pro-life activists on trial for singing hymns and for saying prayers. They went to jail for that. Our predecessors turned this Department of Justice into the Department of Injustice. But I stand before you today to declare that those days are over, and they are never going to come back. They're never coming back. So now, as the chief law enforcement officer in our country, I will insist upon and demand full and complete accountability for the wrongs and abuses that have occurred. The American people have given us a mandate like few people thought possible. We won every single swing state. We won the popular vote by millions and millions of people. We won districts 2,750. Think of that, 2,750 districts compared to 505. So we want it at levels that have, I don't believe, ever seen before. That's the one where you see the map of the United States and it's all red. Red for Republican, not for communist. Red for Republican. They would like it to turn red for communist, but it didn't work out that way. The American people have given us a mandate and really a far-reaching investigation is what they are demanding into the corruption of our system. And that's exactly, I'm sure, what Pam and Cash and everyone else mentioned here and not mentioned is going to be doing. We will expel the rogue actors and corrupt forces from our government. We will expose and very much expose their egregious crimes and severe misconduct, of which was levels you've never seen anything like it. It's going to be legendary. It's going to also be legendary for the people that are able to seek it out and bring justice. We will restore the scales of justice in America, and we will ensure that such abuses never happen again in our country. And that's why on day one I signed an executive order banning all government censorship and directing the removal of every bureaucrat who conspired to attack free speech and many other things and values in America. My administration stripped the security clearances of the disgraced intelligence agents who lied about Hunter Biden's laptop from hell. We revoked the clearances of deranged Jack Smith, Alvin Bragg, Letitia James, and the crooked law firms that aided their partisan persecutions. And I went through it. These are state and city courts, and the corruption is unbelievable. We also terminated the clearances of the Biden crime family and Joe Biden himself. He didn't deserve it. In fact, he was essentially found guilty, but they said he was incompetent, and therefore let's not find him guilty, I guess. Nobody knows what that ruling was, but I didn't want any part of it. I think I would have rather been found guilty than what they found with him. They said he didn't know what the hell he was doing, and therefore he's let him go. I said, you know, I'd rather be convicted, Pam, I think, than that. That was not good. I said, please convict me, don't say that. I pardoned hundreds of political prisoners who had been grossly mistreated. We removed the senior FBI officials who misdirected resources to send SWAT teams after grandmothers and J6 hostages. And it was a great honor for me to fire, I will tell you this, a great honor to fire James Comey. A great, great honor. That was nothing. There was no better day. A lot of people said, oh, that's too bad you did that. And they said, that's going to be, and you know what? A year later, they said, that actually saved the administration because the level of corrupt things that we learned after that turned out to be that they were doing, in fact, really bad things. He was a terrible person, did terrible things, and persecuted people, and all in the guise of being an angel, but he wasn't an angel. We created a brand new.
All right, really quick, I'm just going to go for a minute because the Senate's going to vote soon on whether to pass a spending bill and avoid a government shutdown. So really quick, let's hear a little of what Senator Bernie Sanders has to say, and then we'll go right back to Trump.
On the greed of pharmacy benefit managers. It was a bipartisan bill. And just before that bill was going to be passed, Elon Musk, the wealthiest man in the world, who does not have to worry about whether he and his friends can afford health care, he sent out a series of tweets, some of them outrageously dishonest, to kill this legislation, and he succeeded in doing so. So today, Mr. President, it is important that we take a step forward and undo the damage that Mr. Musk caused. And the legislation that we are proposing today would in fact begin to take us back where we were. It would increase funding for community health centers and do all of the other important work that Senator Wyden wanted. We have a health care crisis in America today. The CR that we're going to be voting on in a little while will make a bad situation worse. This is an opportunity to tell the American people that we are aware of the health care crisis. We are at least trying to do something. And I would yield back to Senator Wyden.
President, I just want to thank my colleague.
Senator Morgan.
And we're not going to stand for crime. And we're going to take the graffiti down, and we're already taking the tents down, and we're working with the administration. And if the administration can't do the job, we're going to have to take it back and run it through the federal government. But we hope the administration is going to be able. So far, they've been doing very well. The mayor's been doing a good job. We said there are tents galore right opposite the State Department. They have to come down, and they took them down right away. And so far, so good. But we want to have a capital that can be the talk of the world. When Prime Minister Modi of India, when the President of France, and all of these people, the head of Prime Minister of United Kingdom, they all came to see me over the last week and a half. And when they come in, I had the route run. I didn't want to have them see tents. I didn't want to have them see graffiti. I didn't want to have them see broken barriers and potholes in the roads, and we had it looking beautiful. And we're going to do that for the city, and we're going to have a crime-free capital. When people come here, they're not going to be mugged or shot or raped. They're going to have a crime-free capital again. It's going to be cleaner and better and safer than it ever was, and it's not going to take us too long. There's a new phenomena that is taking place with these violent, vicious lawyers that we have all over. They play the ref. You know what playing the ref is? Like the great Bobby Knight basketball coach. He'd scream and scream at the ref. He'd scream. I watched it. By the way, I love Bobby Knight because he endorsed me. And having Bobby Knight's endorsement in Indiana was an extremely good thing. A friend of mine said I was running in Indiana at the time. This was early on, 2016. And I was doing great, but friend came up and said, "You know Bobby Knight?" I said, "No, I don't, but I hear he was a tough cookie." He said, not only tough, he was beyond tough, but he's the most popular guy you can imagine. It turned out he wanted to endorse me. He called me about 2 years before. He said, "Sir, I'd like to endorse you." I said, "Is this really Bobby Knight?" He said, "It's me." I could tell it was Bobby Knight. He had been known for throwing the chair across the court and slapping a player. Can't do things like that, right? And the man that came in fired him. He was a new administrator for the college. That guy didn't last very long. They were like 14-0, and they fired Coach Knight. That was not good, but he had a little chip in his shoulder. But he loved Trump, and he came in, and he said, "I'd love to endorse you." He said, "If you ever run, please call me." So he said, "You know Bobby Knight?" I said, "Well, I don't know him, but he called me a couple of years ago." It was an amazing phenomenon. I took his number, and on each side of my desk in New York, I had stacks of paper, like nice and neat, but about 2 feet high each. And I said, I wrote his number down and I put it here 2 years ago. And I said, let me see if I can find it. It was almost like a miracle. I had other miracles that happened too. My ear is still throbbing. That was a miracle. That was a miracle also, wasn't it? That was a miracle also. Thank you. Thank you, Leo. Thank you. Thank you, my man. That was a miracle. Anyway, okay, that's it. That's very nice, thank you. But, so he said, Bobby Knight. So I said, I put his name down and I wrote it down. It's in one of these stacks. I lifted up. There would have to be 2,000 to 3,000 pages in each stack. I lifted it up, the first one, had no idea. And there was his name on a little card, Bobby Knight with his number. It was like incredible. I tell that story all the time. And I called him and dialed a number. He said, I've been waiting for you to call. And he went out and he made a speech for me in a packed arena in Indiana, and it was over. It was over. He was a tough guy. He actually went a little far, if you remember. He made a great speech because he was actually a motivational type guy, to put it mildly. But he left the stage, and then I'm talking, and he walks back onto the stage. I said, uh-oh, this is trouble. Why is he coming back? He was a big guy, too. Why is he coming back? He said, may I say a few more words? I said, yeah, go ahead, Bobby, say a few more words. A little different. And he said, and let me tell you something about this guy, Trump. This guy, if he has to, will use the nuclear weapons that we have. He will use he has no fear. He's going to use, and that's the kind of guy. And he walked off the stage. I said, I think I'm in big trouble, Pam. That was not good, but it worked out okay. In the meantime, we won the state in a landslide, and it was great, and it was just an amazing period of time. But this is the most amazing period of time. I think this is more amazing. What's taken place has been more amazing. I think it's more consequential, and if we do the job, one of the big media outlets said what we did was the most consequential election in the last 129 years. Well, if we do the job that we're all capable of doing, I think it's going to prove to be that and then some, and that's what we want to do. We have a real big shot at making this country so great, so great. What happened to our country was so sad. What they've done in 4 years to our country with the borders, with Afghanistan, the most embarrassing period of time, allowing the Russian situation, it was never going to happen, with Ukraine. Allowing October 7th to happen would have never happened, because under me, Iran was totally broke. They had no money. They weren't giving any money to Hamas or Hezbollah. It was totally broke. But allowing inflation, look at what inflation's done to people, been so devastating. And now you see that, by the way, price of eggs is down 35% in the last week and a half. We're doing a good job. Brooke is doing a good job. Brooke Rollins and everybody. And inflation's down, interest rates are down, gasoline has come down to a level that we haven't seen in a long time. All things that we wanted to do, because then everything else is going to be coming down. We want it to come down. We want bacon to come down, and groceries, a term I used to use. It's sort of an old-fashioned term, but I used to use it on the campaign trail, those last 90 perfect, beautiful days. We just hit it. And I want to thank Susie. You have done a great job. Susie Wiles. Great job, Susie. A big magazine just named her the most powerful woman in the world, and that's okay with me. She is the most powerful woman. You think about it, John, right? The most powerful woman in the world, but she's great. And we had a great 90 days. It was a perfect 90 days, and it was a great result, but we want to put that result to good use by doing a phenomenal job. And I want to tell you that Todd and Emil know this very well. We had an amazing judge in Florida, and her name is Eileen Cannon. And I didn't know her. I still don't know her. I don't believe I ever spoke to her, even during the trial. But I did appoint her, federal judge. And these fake lawyers, these horrible human beings, were hitting her so hard, public relations-wise. They were playing the ref. I don't think it's legal. I don't think it's legal. They might as well go out and just shout it in a courthouse. They were saying she was slow, she wasn't smart, she was totally biased, she loved Trump. I didn't know her, other than I saw her the couple of days that I was in court, and I thought her decorum was amazing. Anything bad they could say, though, they were saying about her, it was whatever they could say bad about a human being, all made up, because actually she was brilliant. She moved quickly. She was the absolute model of what a judge should be, and she was strong and tough. And how do you get them to stop if you're a judge? How do you get them to stop with the playing the ref? Bobby Knight would play the ref. That's why I brought up the Bobby Knight story. He would play the ref. He'd scream at the ref. He'd scream so hard. Oh, boy, it was terrible, actually. And the people would come up, his assistant coaches would come up to play. Coach, don't do that. Don't do it. He said, he's not going to change his tune, Coach. He called it. He's not changing. I don't care. And he's screaming. That's when he threw the chair. He starts going crazy. And he said, no, he's not going to change this time, but he's going to change for the next play. And sure as hell he did. You know, Bobby, by the way, had the last undefeated team in basketball. And relatively speaking, you know, he had a team. He always had a team. He never had that. Well, he had a couple of great players, obviously, some top NBA players, but very few relatively. He had a team, but he won the national championship 3 times. But he had the last undefeated team in basketball. And he would play the ref, and he would scream at him. He knew exactly what he was doing. They're doing the same thing. He said, no, he's not going to change now, but he's going to change for the next one. That's what he wanted to do. He wanted to scare the hell. They wanted to scare the hell out of the judges, and they do it. And how do you stop it if you're a judge? Because you want to go home, you have a family, you have children, and the New York Times will write whatever these people say, and the Washington Post, and the Wall Street Journal, and MSDNC, and the fake news CNN, and ABC, CBS, and NBC, and they'll write whatever they say. And what do you do to get rid of it? You convict Trump. All you have to do is be really tough on him and ultimately convict him, and they leave you alone. It's totally illegal what they do. I just hope you can all watch for it, but it's totally illegal. And it was so unfair what they were doing to her. But they do it all the time with judges. But in her case, she was very courageous, and it only made her angry. Wouldn't you say? It just made her angry. She didn't like it. A lot of them say, oh, please don't say that about me. My family, what's my husband going to say? What's my wife going to say, or my kids? Please don't say that. And it had absolutely no impact on her in the case against me, which was a case, I will not use a bad word. I promised my wife I would never use a bad word, so just a little bad. The case against me was bullshit. And she correctly dismissed it. She correctly, look at Emil, he's looking, he said, that's interesting. But these two guys were warriors. You got a warrior here. You got two warriors, I can tell you that. You got a whole bunch of them. But, and they wouldn't quit. They wouldn't take no for an answer. They just wouldn't quit. These two people right up here, and some others that are involved with it indirectly. And what the lawyers do is they're doing it to the Supreme Court justices, hoping that they'll be overcome by the horrible things they say about them. They say things about Supreme Court justices and judges that are just horrible. They're playing the ref. Remember the way they treated Justice Thomas and Justice Alito and Justice Kavanaugh, Justice Gorsuch. Chief Justice Roberts get treated unbelievably badly, and they're hoping that they can sway them to go along because, again, what do? They're humans. You know, it would be wonderful if everybody was just a perfect computer machine, but they're not. They're humans, and they don't want to be accused of many, many things, including gross incompetence. They don't like it, and they don't want it. There's not much they can do about it. You know, they're in a position they can't really fight back really very well. And so what they do is sometimes they get weak. I would say a majority, maybe, of the times. That's why I'm so impressed with Judge Cannon in Florida, how strong she was, how she held up. It actually made her more resolute than anything I've seen. I mean, it was amazing because they were hitting her so hard. It was so sad to watch this. But it's sad what they do to other judges. It's very sad what they do to the Supreme Court. And a lot of the judges that I had, if you look at them, they take tremendous abuse in the New York Times and the Washington Post, all of the different networks. They take such abuse. And honestly, very simply, they're afraid of bad publicity. They don't want bad publicity. And it's truly interference, in my opinion, and it should be illegal, and it probably is illegal in some form. There's no difference than speaking to a judge or shouting to a judge or doing whatever you have to do in a courthouse. They're doing it behind the back. They're usually doing it anonymously. They're saying anonymously, off the record, the judge is no good, but everybody knows where it's coming from. And it's totally coordinated. It's a campaign, and it's by the same scum that you have been dealing with for years, like guys like Andrew Weissman, deranged Jack Smith. There's a guy named Norm Eisen. I don't even know what he looks like. His name is Norm Eisen of Crew. He's been after me for 9 years. Now, Crew is a charitable organization. And the reason I'm saying this, Todd, is I'm only going to get one chance to say this. But these are bad people. I don't know who he is. I don't know what he looks like. But everything I read is Norm Eisen of Crew. And Crew is a charitable organization. And that's a political thing. His sole life is to get Donald Trump. And he's been vicious and violent. and he's trying, and he probably had pretty good success over the years. But with me, how did he do? I think I'm president. Am I here because I'm president? But we had to take all of that abuse. Even during the trials, we had to take tremendous abuse. Like, you know, these wonderful guys, they're not legitimate people. They're horrible people. They're scum. And you have to know that. And you're going to have these cases where you can't allow yourselves to be deflected. You just can't let it happen. You have such a higher calling. And I believe that CNN and MSDNC, who literally write 97.6% bad about me, are political arms of the Democrat Party. And in my opinion, they're really corrupt and they're illegal. What they do is illegal. It makes no difference how big a victory I had. I can have the biggest victory in history. It makes no difference what kind of a failure the other side has. These people are going to go after me. And I said it during the other night, during the big speech on Tuesday night. I said about Democrats, and I don't like that. I have great respect, by the way, for what Schumer did today. He went out and he said that I'm going to have to vote with the Republicans because it's the right thing to do. I couldn't believe what I heard. But, you know, I think he's going to get some credit for it. I think. Let's see what happens tonight with the big vote as it comes. But these networks and these newspapers are really no different than a highly paid political operative. And it has to stop. It has to be illegal. It's influencing judges, and it's really changing law, and it just cannot be legal. I don't believe it's legal. And they do it in total coordination with each other. And everything we do, we're restoring law, restoring order, and restoring public safety in America. That's what we want to do. And we're bringing honor and integrity and accountability back to the highest levels of the FBI, DOJ, and throughout our government. We're bringing our country back faster than anyone ever thought possible. We're working so hard at doing it, and we want fairness in the courts. The courts are a big factor. The elections, which were totally rigged, are a big factor. We have to have honest elections. We have to have borders, and we have to have courts and law that's fair. Well, we're not going to have a country. Crooked Joe Biden got us into a real mess with Russia and everything else he did, frankly, but he didn't know about it, and he, generally speaking, signed it with AutoPen. So how would he know? That AutoPen is a big deal. I don't know. You know, they're having who's doing this? So when my people come up, Will and all of the people, Steve, they come up and, sir, this is an executive order. They explain it to me, and, you know, 90% of the time I sign it. 99% of the time I say do it. But they come up and I sign it. But you don't use AutoPen. It's, number one, it's disrespectful to the office. Number two, maybe it's not even valid because, you know, who's getting him to sign? He had no idea what the hell he was doing. If he did, all of these bad things wouldn't be happening right now. But we're going to get you back into a great position, and we've already started. They say that we had the most successful first month of presidency. It's not a long time, but it's still a lot. It's like if you're a golfer, sinking a 3-foot putt on the first hole gives you confidence to sink something on the second hole. But if you miss that first putt, you don't like to have the putt on the second hole and the third hole. It could be a very bad experience. It's nice to get that first month, and now we have more than a month. Now we have a month and a half. And it's going really, really well. I can tell you as a little secret, although the cameras are blazing back there, so it's not that much. But I think we're doing well, as you have been hearing about Ukraine. I think we're doing now well with Russia. We're speaking with President Putin. We want to get the war over. Not only have we spent maybe $350 billion to Europe's, think of that, $350 billion to $100 billion, and yet we're across the ocean far away, so it shouldn't have been that way, but Biden let that happen too. And we're getting a deal where we're going to get that back, but much more importantly are the lives that we're talking about. On average, 2,000 young people are being killed every single day. Now, they're not from here. They're from nowhere close to here, but they're young people. They're human beings, and they have parents. They have sisters and brothers, the mothers and fathers, the friends and the families and the towns where they grew up. And they're losing, on average, 2,000, even 2,500 a week. and I want to get it stopped. And we've had some very good calls today with Russia and with Ukraine. They've agreed for a ceasefire if we can get it with Russia, and it's not easy. It's a tough one, but I think we're doing it. And as the Secretary General said yesterday of NATO, a terrific guy, he said without Trump, we wouldn't be talking about it. It would just go on for years, and millions of people have been killed, but millions more people would be killed. And he said it was a great honor. Without me, it would just keep going on. We're looking for the ceasefire now with Russia, and we've had some very good talks about it. We've had some very good responses. And I can tell you that there was a case where there would have been no war if I were president, and it's just 100% would not have happened, would never have happened. I used to speak to President Putin a lot about it. I said, don't do it. Don't do it. I won't tell you what the consequence was. I won't tell you what he said. But if he believed even 5% of what I said, then he would say, I'm not going to do it. And I think he did. But we had a good relationship, and we had a professional relationship, and his respect for this country. And I think we've had some very good results. So, I haven't been able to say that to anybody else. I haven't wanted to say it until just before I came here. I got some pretty good news. So, but we have to see what happens. It's still a long way to go. The fighting is unbelievable. Russia has a large group of Ukrainian soldiers, as we speak, surrounded and in grave danger. They've been able to surround them. They're in grave danger. Biden should have never let this war happen. First of all, you don't want to pick on somebody that's a lot larger than you, even with the money. There's a lot of money that we gave them and a lot of equipment. We make the best military equipment in the world, but even with all of that, it's unbelievable. Right now, you have a lot of Ukrainian soldiers that are encircled and in grave danger, and I've asked them not to kill those soldiers, please, not to kill those soldiers. We don't want them killed. It's such a shame to see what's happened. A thing like that would have never happened. Inflation would have never happened. October 7th would have never happened. Israel, Iran had no money. They were totally broke. Think of it. They had no money to give to anybody. They were totally broke. And within a short period of time, as soon as Biden came in, he took out all the sanctions. In China and everybody else that wasn't buying oil from Iran was buying it at levels that they never spent before. And it was a sad thing. And if you look at Afghanistan, that was probably what got Putin started, because when he looked at how horribly we looked, I think the most embarrassing day, not that we got out because we were getting out. I would have been out faster than them. I was the one that got it down to the right level. But we would have kept Bagram, the big Air Force base. We would have kept it. Right now, China occupies Bagram. And the reason we would have kept it is because they were 1 hour away from where China has and builds its nuclear missiles and weapons. And they gave that up. At the dark of night, they left the lights on, and they left the dogs behind, by the way. A lot of people say, what about all the dogs? They had a lot of dogs, and they left the dogs behind. And what a shame, what a shame. The way we got out, I think it was the most humiliating time in the history of our country. The way it happened, not that we were getting out, because we wanted to get out, but we would have gotten out with dignity and strength. And what a difference a rigged and crooked election had on our country when you think about it. And the people who did this to us should go to jail. They should go to jail. So I just want to say God bless America, because we have to say God bless. We're lucky we're still here, frankly. And this whole thing could lead, I think we have it. I think we have it. But this could lead to World War III very easily. Could very easily lead to World War III, but I think we're in pretty good shape, a lot better than we were before we got involved, that I can tell you. That was heading into World War III territory, and that would have been a war like no other because of nuclear weapons and other types of weapons that people you don't even want to know about. But as many of you do know, well, we're focused on persecuting, and these people were really focused on persecuting Republicans. The last administration presided over the worst increase in violent crime in our country in many, many decades, we had levels of violence and crime, and a lot of it had to do with the illegal immigrants that came in. Remember when I used to complain about it? Because I knew how tough they were, how mean they were. And they said, no, people that come into our country are all wonderful people. No, they're not wonderful. These are stone-cold killers. These are killers like, they make our killers look nice by comparison. They make our killers look nice. These are rough, tough people with the tattoos all over their face. Historically speaking, I don't want to discriminate against anybody, but historically speaking, they're not going to be the head of any major bank that we know of. These are rough people. These are rough killer people, and they allowed them in by the millions. In major cities like New York, Chicago, and Washington, mothers can't walk their children to the park without fear of being shot or killed or raped or anything. Women can't ride the subway without worrying that a hoodlum will shove them onto the train tracks. In New York, it's happened twice in the last couple of weeks. They're standing there, a perfect Wall Street gentleman in one case, and another person who was a worker, good worker, electrician, gets pushed into a train going 45 miles an hour just prior to the train, not stopping, going to go through that. So I know the stations very well. I used to take the subway. I used to feel safe. When I was young, I'd go to my parents would drop me off at the subway. I'd take the subway to my school. Can you believe it? Today, they wouldn't be doing that. And we want to get a country back maybe where you can do that again, Pam. But it's so sad to see what's taking place. Under the Biden regime, average monthly homicides increased by 14%. Property crime rose tremendously. Violent crime went up at least 37% that they know of. Rape soared by 42%. Car theft rose by 48%. And robberies surged to 63 to 100%. They don't even know what the number is. And I have no higher mission as President of the United States than to end this killing and stop this law-breaking and to making America safe again. And that's what you're all about in this room. We want to protect Americans, and we protect everybody that's in our country, American or not American. We want to have a safe and proud country. We're joined today by dozens of police officers, sheriffs and sheriff's deputies from all across the country. My message to these law enforcement heroes is simple. With me in the White House, you once again have a president who will always have your back, will always have your back. Thank you, fellas. Thank you. That's a lot of good-looking people. I will tell you, I feel safe. I'm glad you're in the room. I feel even safer. It's a lot of great people. On day one, I signed an executive order directing Attorney General to ensure that anyone who murders a police officer immediately, with as fast a trial as we can have, gets the death penalty. And last month, I fired all the radical left pro-crime U.S. attorneys appointed by Joe Biden. There were so many that were bad. And I know there were some that were probably very good, but there were so many that were so bad and so evil, so corrupt. Instead of having Marxist prosecutors who want to put police officers in handcuffs and go after a police officer rather than a criminal, I appointed patriotic, tough-on-crime warriors who will partner with police to put dangerous offenders behind bars, put them in jail. We're fully reviving 1033 program to provide state and local law enforcement with surplus military equipment, that we have so much of it. I did it in my last administration, and I remember Obama wouldn't do it. He wouldn't do it before me, would not do it, because he thought it made them look too strong, too military. I said, no, that's what I want them to look like. I want them to look strong. And it was protective, defensive equipment. We had billions of dollars. I gave it out, and now I'm going to have a chance to give it out again. They didn't want to do it with Biden, and Biden didn't know why. If they would have asked him, he wouldn't have been able to answer the question. He could never answer a question. They said my press conference yesterday was longer than all of Biden's press conferences put together for the last 4 years. And I don't know if that's true, but it was close. And perhaps most importantly, we're securing our border and repelling the invasion of America. We have, you see the numbers have come down. So, and Tom Homan and Christie were have been incredible. Kristi Noem, Secretary, she's done great. And Tom Homan is, I don't know if Tom Homan's here, but wherever he may be, I think he's chasing people out of our country. If he was here, I'd almost be disappointed. What are you doing, Tom? But he's a fantastic guy, and he's a brave guy. Over the past 4 years, other countries emptied out their prisons and jails, mental institutions, and insane asylums, and sent the killers, drug smugglers, and bloodthirsty inmates from the filthiest dungeons of the world straight into the USA. And open border. We had an open border policy. Anybody could come in, no matter what you were, no matter where you came from, no matter what you looked like, no matter what you were doing, no matter what you did, no matter how many people you murdered, you could come right into our country. We have murderers right now walking the streets. We're joined today by Tammy Nobles, whose 20-year-old daughter, Kayla, was attacked in her home 3 years ago, horrifically assaulted and strangled to death by an illegal alien MS-13 monster set loose into our country under the open border Biden regime. Kayla was one of countless American victims ripped away from their families by the open border policies of that administration. And we're also joined by Kayla's stepfather, Jeremiah, and several other courageous angel families here today. And I'd love you to all just stand up and take a bow, because you are incredible people. Please. Thank you.
Let's listen to some of Chuck Schumer speaking at the Senate, where they're expecting a vote soon to see if they will pass a spending bill and avoid a shutdown. Let's listen to Chuck Schumer.
Donald Trump's dangerous war on our democracy and on America's working families. And now I want to be clear about what this bill does and does not do. The full year CR is a law that sets funding levels for the full year, and the President and executive branch have a legal and constitutional duty to faithfully execute the CR. The CR does not change the underlying law making the Trump administration's impoundments and mass firings illegal. This is true as a matter of law. Nothing in the CR changes the Impoundment Control Act, the foundation of Congress's appropriations authority, and the authorization laws that require USAID and other agencies to exist and to operate the programs Congress has assigned to them. Nothing changes Title V, governing the civil service, the Administrative Procedure Act, and so on. One of the reasons I'm voting for cloture is for the very reason that these actions are illegal and no new law is needed to declare that. I yield the floor.
Mr. President, I send a cloture motion to the desk for calendar HR 1968.
Are they voting on cloture?
Cloture motion. We, the
They're about to vote.
senators,
All right, hang on, guys.
The provisions of Rule 22 of the
Hang
Standing
on.
Rules of the Senate, to hereby move to bring to a close debate on calendar number 26, HR 1968.
I think the Senate's going to have their big vote right now.
And other extensions for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2025, and for other purposes, signed by 17 senators as follows.
Mr. President, I ask consent the reading of the names be waived.
Without objection.
And I ask consent that the mandatory quorum call be waived.
Without objection.
Mr. President, for all the information of all senators, there will be up to 9 roll call votes. And I will ask unanimous consent that all votes following the first vote be 10 minutes in length, and that if senators will stay in their seats, we should be able to get them done even more quickly than that. So everybody be here after this first vote. These are going to be 10-minute votes.
Without objection. The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on calendar number 26, H.R. 1968, an act making further continuing appropriations and other extensions for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2025, and for other purposes.
By unanimous consent, the mandatory quorum call has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on H.R. 1968, an act making further continuing appropriations and other extensions for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2025, and for other purposes shall be brought to a close? The yeas and the nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt-Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins.
I'm trying to figure out if this is the vote. There's a procedural vote they're having to end the debate, which I believe this might be the key vote on the funding bill. This is the cloture vote. So this is the vote to end debate on the Republican funding bill, and if it passes, then there's no more filibuster possibility. If this vote passes, then the funding bill is going to pass because Republicans can pass it with a majority. So this is a key
Mr. Coons.
Vote in Senate.
Mr. Cornyn. Thank you. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Gallego. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper. Ms. Hirono. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Husted. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Johnson.
So we need to figure out, this is the
Mr.
vote.
Justice.
If this vote
Mr.
passes,
Kane. Mr. Kelly.
If this vote passes,
Mr.
there won't
Kennedy.
be a shutdown.
Mr. Kim. Mr. King. Ms. Klobuchar.
So will 8 Democrats vote yes? This vote needs 60 votes to pass. If this is the vote on whether to end debate
Mr. Langford.
on
Mr.
the
Lee.
GOP spending bill.
Mr. Lujan.
So if this passes,
Ms.
then
Lummis.
Republicans can then
Mr.
pass
Markey.
the bill with a majority.
Mr. Marshall.
So will this
Mr.
pass?
McConnell.
That's the key. If it doesn't pass, we might have a shutdown.
Mr. Merkley. Mrs. Moody. Mr. Moran. Mr. Marino. Mr. Mullen. Ms. Murkowski.
So I'm
Mr.
trying to see if
Murphy.
there's reporting on who's voted how.
Mrs. Murray. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Paul.
If it gets 60 votes, then they'll have another vote to pass the bill, shutdown averted. But 8
Peters.
Democrats
Mr.
need to
Reed.
vote for it to get 60 votes.
Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Risch.
Yes, as one of our viewers said, they're voting to vote on the bill.
Ms. Rosen. Mr.
They're
Rounds.
voting to vote on the bill.
Mr. Sanders. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Scott of Florida. Mr. Scott of South Carolina. Mrs. Shaheen. Mr. Sheehy. Ms. Slotkin. Ms. Smith. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Thune. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Tuberville.
I am trying to figure out how the vote is going. I'm looking around for a update on it.
Mr. Van Hollen.
Again, it needs 60 votes to pass.
Mr. Warner.
And 8 Democrats need to vote for it to pass.
Mr. Warnock. Ms. Warren. Mr. Welch. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young.
If it passes, then they'll have a vote on the actual bill, but that will only need 50 Republican votes, and that will pass. So if it passes, they'll have another vote. Republicans will vote to pass the spending bill and no shutdown. If it doesn't pass, then they can't have a vote on the funding bill, and we might have a shutdown at midnight. Oh, maybe a bunch of them haven't voted yet. I don't know.
Senators voting in the affirmative: Bozeman, Britt, Collins, Cornyn, Crapo, Durbin, Ernst, Graham, King, Lummis, Marshall, McCormick, Mullen, Ricketts, Schatz, Schumer, Sheehy, Thune, and Tillis. Senators voting in the negative: Cantwell, Duckworth, Heinrich, Hirono, Kane, Murray, Ossoff, and Paul.
So a bunch of them haven't voted yet. A bunch of them have not voted yet. So we're waiting for people to vote. I have not seen reporting yet either way. Like, I follow a bunch of political reporters, and no one has said they know for sure if it's going to pass. So I guess 4 Democrats have voted yes so far, according to Andrew Desiderio. Schumer, Schatz, Angus King, and 1 more. They need 8 Democrats to vote yes for this, along with all the Republicans except Rand Paul, for this to pass, so that they can actually just vote on the spending bill to pass. So again, this is the big vote on whether the spending bill that the House passed will pass the Senate, because this is the vote to vote on the bill. If they actually vote on the bill, then the Republicans only need 50 and they'll pass it. So according to Andrew Desiderio of Punchbowl, there are 4 Democrat yeses so far. Number of people have not voted. This is the big one. Oh, Maverick said that C-SPAN said it was 19 to 10. Yeah, I mean, the key is just how many Democrats are going to vote for it. And so far, I guess there have been 4. Give me 1 second here.
Ms. Cortez Masto, aye. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mr. Schiff, no. Mr. Kelly, no.
C-SPAN has the vote as 21 yes, 10 no. According to C-SPAN, it's 21 yes, 10 no. But again, the real question is, how many Democrats will vote for it? We're expecting all the Republicans except 1 to vote for it, which would be 52.
Mr. Cotton, aye.
Yeah, the 4, Haley Talbot of CNN says 4 Democrats are yes so far: Schumer, King, Durbin, and Schatz. So again, there are 4 Democrats who have voted for it. You need 8 Democrats total to vote for it to pass. There's been a lot of debate among the party about this. A number of Democrats have attacked Chuck Schumer for saying he's going to support this bill because he feels it would be worse if there's a shutdown. And one thing he was I can actually tell you what he said yesterday, Chuck Schumer. Chuck Schumer said yesterday, if we
Mr. Padilla, no.
Hold on. Chuck Schumer yesterday said if we enter a shutdown, congressional Republicans would weaponize their majorities to cherry pick which parts of a government to open. A shutdown would give Donald Trump the keys to the city, state, and country. It would give them carte blanche. It would give Musk and Trump carte blanche. Mrs. Blackburn. Sorry. Chuck Schumer yesterday said a shutdown would give Donald Trump and Elon Musk
Mr. Tuberville, aye.
To destroy vital government services at
Mr.
a significant
Cassidy,
faster,
aye.
At a
Mr.
faster
Grassley,
rate.
aye.
Sorry. Those were a couple more Republican votes. Chuck Schumer yesterday said a shutdown would give Donald Trump and Elon Musk carte blanche to destroy vital government services at a significantly faster rate than they can right now. So, but there are a number of Democrats who've been highly critical of Chuck Schumer for coming out in support of this House-passed Republican spending bill. So a number of Democrats in the Senate are having a tough time deciding, do I vote for this bill I don't like, this spending bill, and some Democrats think you should vote no. If you don't like what's going on with the administration and you want things to change, you should vote no on this spending bill. But some Democrats are worried if we vote no and there's a shutdown, it'll actually make things worse in terms of allowing
Mr. Gallego, no.
Trump and Donald Trump and Elon Musk to maybe get rid of more parts of government or slash them severely. So there's been this question of how many Democrats would vote yes on this. 4 so far. I believe Gallego is a Democrat who said yesterday he was going to vote no. Ruben Gallego.
Mrs. Hyde-Smith, aye. Ms. Alsobrooks, no. Mr. Rounds, aye.
Oh, Cortez Masto. There are 5 Democrats who have voted yes. Cortez Masto was a 5th. So if it gets 3 more Democratic votes, it will pass.
Mr. Budd, aye.
If this passes, they will then vote on the funding bill, but that will pass because they'll just need 50 votes. Yes, we knew that Rand Paul is the one Republican who was expected to vote no. The overall vote is 29-13, but yes to no. But really, the big question is how many Democrats will vote for it. So far, it's 5. It needs 8 Democrats to pass. Rand Paul posted something, I believe, about his vote. He said, hold on. I thought I saw a statement from him today. I'm trying to find it. Hang on.
Mr. Justice, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. Marino, aye. Ms. Blunt Rochester, no. Mr. Daines, aye.
I believe he wants more spending cuts.
Mr. Hawley, aye.
Rand Paul.
Mr. Sanders, no. Mr. Murphy, no.
The current vote is 34 yes, 16 no. The big
Mr.
question is
Kramer, aye.
how many Democrats vote yes? I believe 5 Democrats have voted yes so far.
Mr. Lee, aye. Mr. Curtis, aye.
Yeah, Rand Paul, I believe, wanted more spending cuts in this bill. He's voting no.
Mr. Kim, no.
Only about roughly half of the senators have voted so far. Yes, 8 Democrats need to vote yes on this to pass it. It is to stop debate on the funding bill and bring it to a
Mr. Young,
vote.
aye. Mr. Wyden, no. Mr. Hoven, aye.
So will a few more Democrats
Mr. Husted, aye.
vote yes? If this passes, the spending bill will pass and there will not be a shutdown. If it doesn't pass, there's a significant risk of a shutdown. This is the key vote. To stop debate and then have another vote. Yes, I am planning on showing the SpaceX launch. That is not until 7:03 p.m. That is when the SpaceX launch is set for. 7:03 p.m., over 2 hours from now.
Mr. Haggerty, aye. Mr. Risch, aye. Thank you. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Whitehouse, no.
I still think we're at 5 Democrats voting for it so far. Oh, no. Hassan. Hold on. We might have another one.
Ms. Hassan, aye.
Hassan, aye. Okay, so that is a Democrat. Maggie Hassan of New Hampshire. I believe that is 6 Democrats who voted for it.
Mr.
Now.
Fetterman, aye.
That's 7. That's 7 Democrats who voted for it, right? Because Fetterman's a Democrat too. Oh, Gary Peters is going to be a yes too. I'm seeing reported. So it's going to pass because seven Democrats have already voted yes, and Gary Peters from Michigan has announced he's going to vote for it too.
Mr. Moran, aye.
So it looks like it's going to pass, and there will be no shutdown.
Ms. Baldwin, no.
Like.
Mr. Reed, no.
By my count, there are 7 Democrats who have voted yes, and Gary Peters is also going to vote yes, which would be 8. That's what it sounds like to me. Schatz, Fetterman, Hassan, Schumer, Cortez Mastro, Peters.
Mr. Hickenlooper, no.
Who else am I forgetting about that we've talked about? Democrats. I know we've counted 8.
Ms. Murkowski, aye.
Yes, Durbin, King. Yeah, that's it.
Ms. Smith, no. Mr. Warner, no.
Yes, so the Democrats, Angus King is independent, but I believe he votes with the Democrats usually.
Mr. Peters, aye.
Gary Peters, aye, right there. With Michigan. I think that makes it 8 right there.
Mr. Langford.
Yes.
Aye. Mr. Lujan, no. Mr. Welch, no.
So unless something crazy happens, this bill will pass. This cloture vote will pass, and then the funding bill will pass. So it really looks like no shutdown. Yes. So.
Mrs. Moody, aye.
It appears that this vote is
Mr.
going
Markey,
to
no.
be successful. And again, it appears that a shutdown will be avoided because it appears that enough Democrats have voted yes on this to get it passed, get cloture called. That would make it so that no more debate on the funding bill, and then they'll have a majority vote on it, which only needs 50 to pass, and Republicans have a majority.
Ms. Klobuchar, no.
So, again, breaking news. It does appear that the Senate will pass a funding bill, which will allow a shutdown to be avoided. And the president will sign the bill passed by the House and the Senate. By the way, thanks so much to
Mr. Barrasso, aye.
Kevin Etter. Kevin, that's very kind of you. I really appreciate your support.
Mrs. Gillibrand, aye.
Oh, Gillibrand, another Democrat, voted yes. There you go. It's going to have more than enough to pass. Thanks, Kevin Etter, for your support and for your note. I really appreciate that. Thanks to the anonymous person who sent
Booker, no.
Thanks to the anonymous person who sent Litecoin. Anonymous Litecoin giver, thank you. Thanks also to PZ Papa Zulu for your support. I really appreciate that. Thank you. So again, we now have, I just heard Gillibrand, which would be 9 Democrats. So, again, it appears that that the votes are there will be enough votes for cloture to end debate on the funding bill, and it appears that bill will pass. So it appears that shutdown.
Mr. McConnell, aye.
Yeah, technically speaking, it's 54-29 and 6 more votes are needed, but those can just be Republican votes. So, unless
Mr. Wicker,
something
aye.
totally insane happens, this is going to pass. I don't know if they call it pass when it's a cloture vote, because it's not a bill they're voting on. They're voting to end debate and move it to a vote. Reary Patton says, "Will this
Ms.
divide
Rosen,
the
no.
Democrats more?" I think I should make a different title for this video, because we're going to stay on the air, but it should be like
Mrs. Shaheen, aye.
It should be NASA. It should be SpaceX launch and severe weather. Maybe I'll do that, because by the time this is over, there'll be no more shutdown talk, and also we'll have already. It's over now, but we'll have already seen. I think it's over now. I think we'll already have seen President Trump speak at the Justice Department.
Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye.
Okay, I'm gonna change the title of the broadcast in a second while we wait for this vote to end. If you give me a second here, give me a moment here. I just have to create the new graphic. That'll work.
Mr. Banks, aye.
I am creating the new thumbnail as we speak, and I'll update the title of the broadcast, because we're going to cover the SpaceX launch. I got that done.
Mr. Cruz, aye.
Okay, now.
Mr. Young.
So, if you're just joining us, this is the key vote on the funding bill to keep the government open in the Senate. The bill that the House passed. And enough Democrats have voted yes on this that it looks like this is going to pass. Actually, they need one more vote officially to have enough, but 10 Democrats now have voted
Mr. Bennett,
for it,
no.
and they only needed 8. So this will pass. Then this will allow there to be a vote on the funding bill, which only needs a majority to pass, and that'll pass. So a shutdown is going to be avoided. And the government will be, I think it's going to be funded till September 30th. Okay. Let me just finish. I'm changing. In a moment, I'm going to change the description. So I want to just take a second here while I have a second and do that so I can, because we have the NASA SpaceX launch coming up.
Mr. Sullivan, aye. Ms. Slotkin, no.
Okay, so we are waiting. It has 60 votes, by the way, so that's enough to pass. There are now 60 votes. And unless something totally crazy happens, this cloture vote is going to pass. That will allow the Senate to vote on the funding bill in a way that just a majority will be needed to pass it, all Republican, so they won't need any Democratic support. So that means the funding bill is going to pass the Senate, then President Trump will sign it, and no shutdown, government funded until September 30th. So enough. Last I checked, 10
Mr.
Democrats
Warnock,
have voted
no.
for this. 10 Democrats voted for it. And I'm in the middle of just changing the description of the video because we're going to start focusing on the NASA SpaceX launch and the severe weather.
Mr. Schmidt, aye. Ms. Warren, no. Mr. Van Hollen, no.
All right, I am going to change the title of and description of the broadcast right now. That's what I'm going to do. So thanks for your patience while I do that. I'm doing it right now. Okay, I got that. I got the new description. Good. And I got the new thumbnail. Done. "61 votes. Now they have more than enough to pass this. So no shutdown.
Mr. Coons, no.
No shutdown. It looks like. We are transitioning now that the shutdown looks like it will be avoided and Trump
Mr. Merkley,
spoken,
no.
we will continue our stream with coverage of the NASA SpaceX launch and severe weather threat. Okay, I just posted that.
Mr. Blumenthal, no.
I don't know if we'll have maybe some senators will speak or something, and we'll get to show you that.
On this vote, the yeas are 62, the nays are 38. 3/5 of the senators duly chosen and sworn have voted in the affirmative. The motion is agreed to.
Mr. President, we've already locked in 10-minute votes.
Majority Leader.
We've already locked in 10-minute votes for the balance of the number of votes, but if people stay here in their seats, we can execute that a lot more quickly.
Senator from Oregon.
Mr. President, I call my amendment 1273 and ask that it be reported by number.
The clerk will report.
Senator from Oregon, Mr. Merkley, proposes an amendment number 1273.
There will now be 2 minutes of debate equally divided.
Colleagues, let me keep this very simple. We provided a lot of funding in the Inflation Reduction Act so that those who have very sophisticated finances and very powerful advisors that try to avoid ever paying their taxes don't get away with it, because it's a fundamental fairness all across America. Ordinary working people have the money taken out of their paychecks every week. Just because people have enormous paychecks and fancy consultants shouldn't be that they get licensed to cheat. And all of that money went to make sure that those upper income folks knew that somebody might be taking a look at their finances. If this amendment fails, it will increase the deficit by $46 billion. So I hope all of you who are fiscally responsible and care about fundamental fairness to workers across America will vote for this amendment.
Senator from Idaho.
Mr. President, this isn't about saving $46 billion. It's about spending $46 billion. It's about saving $20 billion. The Democrats' partisan, supersized IRS funding is something we've been battling over for a couple of years now. It's a textbook example of the type of out-of-control spending that President Trump and Republicans have rightly opposed. Rather than working together to help the IRS solve its massive taxpayer service and IT shortcomings, the misnamed Inflation Reduction Act went to fund untargeted and heavily handled...
All right, so I think there's going to be maybe some other votes before the actual vote on the spending bill, but basically that's it. They just had their key vote. The key vote was the cloture vote. Now that cloture has passed, they will be able to vote on the funding bill, which will only need a majority to pass, and it's going to pass because they don't even need any Democratic support for that. So I want to move on to talking about the weather situation and the launch situation. Okay, so we're gonna transition towards that because there's a space launch coming up, and there's also a severe weather threat happening right now. The space launch, hang on a moment, is... Hang on, folks. All right, here is... I need to fix the video. Let me fix the video. Give me a moment. Allow me to fix the video. And I will show you the space launch. Hang on a moment here. Thanks for your patience. I'm about to show it to you. I just need to get it on the screen. Thank you. We're going to talk about the weather situation too. Okay, give me a moment here. Why is this being all difficult? Okay, I think we're good to go. Okay, this is, can I do this? Ooh, why is that not working right? Okay, that is the NASA stream, and I want to put up on the screen that the video is from NASA. No, Chuck Schumer is not speaking. Actually, I'm going to do this a different way. I'm going to do this. You can see 152.46. I'm just figuring out the best way to have this on the screen. Maybe I'll do it this way, actually. Give me one more moment, guys. I need one more moment here. I'm going to do it this way. That's going to be the best thing. Okay. Now, here's that. And I wanted to say... I'm going to turn the sound on in a second. Sorry, we're just kind of transitioning we're kind of transitioning the broadcast right now. So I just have to take a second and transition things. Right, video from NASA. Now, sound. Ooh, Sound would be nice.
To go to do some research to study bar-headed geese in Mongolia, and it is a very special area.
Okay, so
What's special about that area is that they do
just to be clear, this is a NASA SpaceX launch of a crew to the International Space Station to replace the crew who is on the space station. The current crew of the space station includes 2 people who have been there for 9 months, Butch Wilmore and Suni Williams. They were flying on the Boeing Starliner's first manned test flight last June. They were only supposed to fly for around a week. Their mission was only supposed to be for around a week, but there were issues with the Starliner spacecraft. NASA did not feel it was safe enough to use the Starliner spacecraft to take them down, so they became part of the space station crew, and they have been waiting to come back. And this crew will go to the space station, and then after several days, 4 astronauts in the space station will return home on their capsule, SpaceX Dragon capsule. And 2 of them will be Suni Williams and Butch Wilmore. Okay? So these are the astronauts waiting to go up. So this is happening. And I also want to check the weather stuff. I haven't even had time to look at that. I'll look at it right now and get you updates on the weather situation. So we're... I got to get the headline up. Okay, so it looks like government shutdown averted. This launch is... NASA SpaceX launch coming up, plus severe weather updates. Okay. Thanks for your patience while I transition the stream.
The elements on the patch here, the number 73 is a prime number and a binary palindrome.
And let me check the weather situation too.
NASA geeks watching today, and that's represented at the base of the patch. 73 is also a star number represented by the hexagonal shape of the patch, accented by white stars and...
I got to check the weather right now. Really quick, let me just say a quick thanks also to our moderators who are here. I really appreciate our moderators being here. We have Janet B., Ruth Krafasi, Beth Mythical. I need to change the name of the stream on the other platforms too. Janet B., Beth Mythical, Ruth Krafasi. Too many things to do. Beezy, thank you. Thank you to all those moderators. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha over on X, on Twitch, Bastion Girl, LB, Prairie Dawn, Matthew Kohai 3, Surly Dev, thank you so much for moderating. And over there on Facebook, thanks to our moderators there.
Sergei Rizhikov, Alexei Zubritsky, and NASA astronaut Johnny Kim for his first flight.
Margaret Riley, Kay Larry Body. Thanks to all of our moderators over on Facebook as well. And a quick thanks to, shout out and thank you to Sticks and Stones for your support. AI Phantom Files, Mama 457 Rose, PZ Papa Zulu. Really appreciate it. PZ Papa Zulu, Fred Witherow, Zoe Condi, Stone River, and Oliver Hernandez, our member, thank you. And also thanks for your support on Twitch. Well, Don't That Beat All, and Jen Junkie, and Clearly Crystal Clear, thank you. Also, Flumpingtons, Who Shot JR, Tom Cool Cam, Matthew Kohai 3, Bad Toastery, thank you. Rivertown Creations as well.
Some astronauts do experience space motion sickness, though, for those first few days where they may feel a little bit
Let me just change the name of the stream on a couple of the platforms where I haven't, and then we'll get into the severe weather discussion too.
Your neurovestibular system. So your inner ear, we have these semicircular canals and some other organs that are actually gravity dependent in terms of how they work for your neurovestibular system, which is of course responsible for spatial awareness and balance and those types of things. So that system goes a little bit haywire when you first experience microgravity, and then once again after you've adapted to that and you come back down to Earth. So when you come back down to Earth, you don't feel great. you literally feel gravity, kind of like the bully on the playground that has their hand on your head and is pushing you down. You feel the weight of gravity when you're sitting down, like you just feel heavy. You go to get up from sitting on the couch. I remember having some lower back pain that actually persisted for many months. I just felt really stiff, like I was suddenly 80 or 90 years old and I couldn't, quite straighten out my back. But overall, astronauts generally adjust pretty quickly. In those first few minutes and even hours, you're a little bit like a drunken sailor when that neurovestibular system is really kind of readjusting. Some people have a little bit of motion sickness in those first few days. I didn't really have that. I was pretty fortunate. And then, you readapt to things like walking kind of quickly because your body just, gets used to it. You'd been doing it for so many years before flight. It takes a little bit longer to adapt to running because it's this more complex motor neuron connection for running than it is walking. And I remember that very well. I was in the gym with my trainer and, she's like, okay, go ahead, run across the gym. And it felt so strange as I took kind of that upstroke of one foot. It felt normal, but then when I landed my foot, I felt like I was an elephant crashing down to the ground.
Wow.
And, we run in space on the treadmill every day, every other day. And so you're used to running, but you're not really used to running at your full body weight because in weightlessness, we have a harness that we use to hold us down on the treadmill, but we usually only run at about 75% of our body weight. And of course, it's so different when you're not under the full effect of gravity. So running takes a lot longer to kind of get normal again. So depending on what exactly you're talking about, the first days, even weeks, you feel pretty tired, but then you adapt fairly quickly after that, and maybe some lingering effects for some people, back pain and that kind of thing, but really a lot of individual variation there.
And you touched on it. It's not like you're not working out on station. Your exercise is part of your daily regimen, and you're staying as fit as you possibly can. So it's really interesting that when you come back down, that neurovestibular system, that's the thing that's not used to it and is throwing everything off.
Yeah, because your cardiovascular system, you are running and bicycling every day pretty much up there to maintain your cardiovascular system. But of course, the rest of the time, your cardiovascular system is not acting against the force of gravity like it is here on the ground all the time. So there's some level of deconditioning that just happens where, on the space station, I'm up there, I love running.
I'm going to interrupt for a second, and we're going to take a look at the weather radar. We have our eyes on this NASA SpaceX launch, and we're checking out the weather situation. So let me show you, let's take you over to the radar Omega. Let's go to radar Omega. There is radar Omega. And this is the current weather radar. And you can see that line of storms moving across here. No tornado warnings yet. I am seeing a bunch of warnings, severe thunderstorm warnings. Let me show you some of those, what they say. Hang on a moment here. Hang on. Damage threat considerable. This one here says 70 mile an hour wind gusts. If you just click on these, they tell you 70 mile an hour wind gusts, number of these. 70 mile an hour wind gusts. So we'll see. We'll keep an eye on this. But there's a line of storms moving through there with a number of severe thunderstorm warnings, damage threat considerable. No tornado warnings yet, but you can see quarter-size hail and 70 mile an hour wind gusts. That right now is western Missouri. You got some of Nebraska, some of Iowa. So we'll keep an eye on the situation there. And remember also, we have 2 quite severe weather threat days, today and tomorrow. What is this? So if you look at the where is convective outlook for severe thunderstorms and the kind of weather that goes along with severe thunderstorms like hail and rain and tornadoes, that is day 1 right there. And this is moderate, which is the second highest level. That's higher than, it's kind of a weird one because it's called moderate, but it's higher than enhanced. So of the degrees of seriousness of the warning, it's the second highest. Moderate in red there. That includes places like Memphis, St. Louis, Des Moines, Jackson, Mississippi, Springfield, Illinois. That's the day 1. That's for today and tonight. And it says here, a regional outbreak of severe thunderstorms is likely this afternoon through tonight across parts of the lower mid-Mississippi Valley and portions of the lower Ohio Valley and Mid-South. Numerous tornadoes, several of which could be strong to intense, widespread severe gusts ranging from 60 to 100 miles per hour, and scattered large hail up to baseball size all appear likely. So that's for today, and that lasts until 8 a.m. Eastern tomorrow, that warning, that outlook. And then the next day's outlook, day 2, is here. That's where you actually get even worse, the high convective outlook. Again, convective outlook, severe thunderstorms and the weather that goes along with that, including tornadoes. You can see that not only you have this is moderate in here, which is bad enough, but then you even have a high region in here. The high region includes Birmingham, Alabama, Jackson, Mississippi, Tuscaloosa, Alabama, Hoover, Alabama, Hattiesburg, Mississippi. The moderate area, New Orleans, Baton Rouge, Montgomery, Alabama, Mobile, Alabama, Columbus, Georgia. Then there's, further risk as you go, further but lesser risk as you go farther out. And the National Weather Service says a tornado outbreak is likely on Saturday across the central Gulf Coast states and steep south into the Tennessee Valley. They say that numerous significant tornadoes, some of which should be long track and potentially violent, are expected on Saturday afternoon and evening. The most dangerous tornado threat should begin across eastern Louisiana and Mississippi during the late morning to afternoon, spread across Alabama late day into the evening, and reach western parts of the Florida Panhandle in Georgia Saturday night. Evelyn in Maine says covers a big area. So we have, those are 2 days worth of severe weather warnings and severe weather risks. Certainly going to be keeping an eye out. But that's the one for tomorrow, and this is the one for today. And then here's the radar right there of the line of storms moving across Missouri, Arkansas, Iowa, Nebraska. No tornado warnings yet, but definitely we have a bunch of severe thunderstorm warnings, a number of them saying 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts. I haven't checked all of them, but all right. So I wanted to mention that. I'm going to take some comments from you guys. What about Sunday? I don't know that there's a day 3 outlook posted. I don't see a day 3 outlook. Day 3 outlook is not as bad. Just a slight convective severe thunderstorm outlook day 3. So day 3 is a lot better than day 2 and day 1. All right, let's check in on the launch as well. Oops, hang on a moment here. Hang on. I'm checking in on the launch. It looks like maybe one of the astronauts might be sleeping or napping. Let's see.
It's going up on SpaceX 32 in April. She packed some sports team shirts, and those are from the schools she attended, along with some holiday gifts for the crew. Commander McLean said most importantly, she was able to pack a memento for multiple people who worked on this flight to support her either personally or the mission as a whole. Those items will be returned to their owners after flight, and they include things like pins, necklaces, and rings. It's neat to have some jewelry that's flown in space. Takuya Onishi, he's having a lot of pictures of his family, friends, and colleagues sent up. He's also flying some banners from elementary schools he participated in when he was a small kid.
Yeah, it's always fun to bring a few of those personal affects from home. You know, one of the things as astronauts that's so important to us is being able to share this mission. You know, and this is not just for us as individuals or even just for us as a crew. This is really a mission for everybody. Everybody at NASA and all of our partner agencies, all of the people of our countries, really all of the citizens of the world. So we try to bring up things to represent that, whether they're from, you know, universities that we attended, different organizations we belong to, things that really represent
Dean R. says weather looks good for the launch.
Us get where we were and where we currently are on the International Space Station.
Evelyn in Maine says
really
that guy was sleeping last
well,
time.
To share the mission and remind everyone that this is truly for them and for all of humanity.
American Foreigner says they have to sit there for a few hours.
And just add a note about Nicole. She said she's taking items from alma maters and the Air Force volleyball team, which you mentioned. Some of them are here today.
Yeah, they are.
She's also taken a bunch of pictures of her friends and family so she can keep them close. And since she's the first person from her astronaut class to go to space, she's also taking up something for her classmates, the Flies, of course, Group 23. But she didn't want to say what it was. She wants it to be a surprise. But she said that she's getting nothing but love and support from her classmates.
Yeah, absolutely. I know that they are all so proud of her today. So excited for her. I never forget that first moment when you see your first classmate launch. It really does feel different. You know, you get to know all of the other astronauts and cosmonauts that are flying, and every launch, of course, is very special when it's one of your friends or colleagues. But it's a little bit different when you see your own classmate because it just makes it more real for you. You know, your classmates are like your friends and family, and they started at the same time as you, and it just gives this extra dose of reality.
Raven Knight says going to be a busy day watching radar and chasers tomorrow. So this launch 2 days ago was scrubbed, but they are doing it today. I should see what they said on their site, SpaceX, about that.
Absolutely. Maybe he's getting ready for some throat singing. You know, maybe this is part of the process.
He just heard me. He woke up.
They were just talking about it.
Yeah. He's going to let me clear my throat. Well, as Crew 10 launches, that means that Crew 9 will return home soon. Crew 9 launched from Pad 40 at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station back on September 28th, 2024. And that was a unique flight because it was only 2 crew members in order to make room for Butch Wilmore and Suni Williams, who, of course, flew up on a Boeing Starliner test flight, but are now coming down in those 2 open seats with Crew 9. That capsule is on station right now. Wilmore and Williams have been living and working on the space station now for over 9 months, the other 2 for a little over 5 months. Once Crew 10 arrives, there will be what's called a direct handover for 4 days, which is going to be shorter than usual. And then, of course, Crew 9 will undock and come back home. And so that's going to be a quick handover period that they're going to have, a little different than the longer week or so that they have.
Yeah, it depends on what's going on, you know, with comings and goings of different spacecraft. So those handover periods can be variable also because, you know, we never know exactly when the Dragon's going to leave because we have to have good weather prediction for landing. So you never know exactly how long they'll be, but we do have to plan for something. This one is called a 2+2 handover. So we'll have 2 days of dedicated handover activities where the crew members that are up there, the experienced crew members, will be handing over all the important information, how they do things. You know, of course, this new crew is well trained on all the systems and everything up there, but there is just something to understanding exactly the lay of the land when you see it in person. Little nuances that you can really only get from the crew members that are up there, you can't necessarily get from the ground teams. So we take that time to really hand over all of that really important information. that will be, especially for the new astronauts that have never been on board, but even for Anne and Tak, who are experienced and have been on ISS before, things have changed. It's been years since their mission, so there's different hardware on board, different systems. Some things are running a little bit differently, so really important time. The other component of 2 from that 2+2 is 1 arrival day and then 1 departure day. We will be extremely happy to have Suni and Butch back down here on Earth. They've been up there for longer than expected, but they were up there in space doing their mission, doing what we do as astronauts, the moment we all wait for as astronauts. So they've had a very productive mission. I love that we saw that image of Suni running on the treadmill. We talked about how she ran a marathon in a previous missions. I'm not sure if she did it again on this one or not, but I'll have to ask her about that. It'll be great to have them back, and they are coming back with another one of my 8-ball classmates, Nick Hague. So.
Indeed. And a lot has been made about the return of Suni and Butch, as we know, in the media and the reporting that's been happening about that. What's your sense of it inside the astronaut office that so much attention has been given to their return?
Yeah, definitely a lot of attention. But as I was saying, they are up there doing what astronauts are supposed to do. That is what we live for, and that's really our main intent of being astronauts, is to go to space and to do science and to do maintenance and do all the work that you do on the International Space Station. So it's really no big deal that Butch and Suni are up there, again, longer than expected, but they're contributing to all the science and all the maintenance on board, just like every other crew member. And it's just something as astronauts that we know we always have to be ready for. We always have to be flexible. You know that there's a plan for your mission. That plan can always change. As you've seen in recent years, there are so many different things that can happen, not just with vehicles, but all different aspects of the space station program. And so, we accept the mission, knowing what the plan is, but knowing full well that there's a very good chance that it can change. And that's just something that, a lot of us are used to from our previous careers as well, that flexibility and adaptability. And I think it's one of our most important skills as an astronaut. And that's what Suni and Butch have been doing.
You're absolutely right. They went up on a test flight that was supposed to last 8 days, but they were ready to become part of the team up at the International Space Station, working, maintaining. They did spacewalks. They have done it all.
Yeah, they're both very experienced astronauts. They've done International Space Station missions before, so it's not something foreign to them, and they were incredibly productive during their time.
All right, quick social question. We want to get another one up. We had a question come in from Swamp Smoke, who asks.
All right, I want to mention a couple of things. First of all, I think it was Bob the Bomb who said in the chat and pointed out that, yes, a couple days ago when the launch was scrubbed, it was because of an issue with one of the hydraulic arms, a hydraulic issue with one of the clamp arms that holds the rocket. That is a ground-based arm. It wasn't something with the actual spacecraft or the rocket. So, I wanted to mention that. Also, thanks so much to Robin Ridge for your support. Robin asked about the people, how long they're normally in the capsule for before launch. It's several hours. I don't know exactly when they get in there, but I know the same thing was last time. They get in that capsule several hours beforehand. I don't know the exact timing. I'm guessing you could go maybe on the SpaceX site and they might say like, oh, they are a NASA site, and you might be able to look at their post and say, oh, they're going to the, I think NASA probably posts, they're going to the, they've just loaded in or something like that. I'm looking right now to see if I see anything about it, but anyways, it is definitely several hours before. And hang on a second here. We didn't even talk about the fire risk. Yes, so SpaceX was posting at 4:54 p.m. that they were, I mean, I know they've been there for a while, so I don't know exactly what time they got in there, but it's normally several hours. And Raven Knight says it could be 5 hours. Also, thanks, Shaft, for being a member. I appreciate that, Shaft. I want to mention the fire risk, which we should keep an eye on. This is the fire risk for today and tonight. Critical, it's extreme fire weather. Look at that in a bunch of Texas, also a bunch of Oklahoma, some of Kansas and also New Mexico. Extremely critical fire weather area for portions of the southern plains. Extreme fire weather conditions are well underway across portions of the eastern New Mexico into the Texas Panhandle and western Oklahoma. This was as of like 12:30 Eastern time. But extreme fire weather. In the extreme area is Oklahoma City, Tulsa, Wichita, Lubbock, Texas, Amarillo, Texas, and a bunch of obviously a lot of other places, but that's an example of some of the places. And then critical fire weather surrounding that. So that is something to keep an eye on as well. And that again is that goes until that forecast is for till 8 a.m. tomorrow. Autumn Wolf says, I am in Oklahoma. It's like the Dust Bowl here. What time is liftoff? You can see right there, an hour and 25 minutes from now. The clock is on the screen. Oh, I also want to mention, because somebody asked about it. In case you're wondering about the government shutdown.
Vehicles and traveled out to the pad. Took about 20.
In case you're wondering about the government shutdown, the Senate passed. We already saw the key vote. The key vote was the cloture vote. That was the one that required 60 votes out of the 100 in the Senate to pass, and it did pass because more than 8. It needed 8 Democrats, and it got slightly more than that. So that passed. That will allow the Senate to vote on the spending bill to keep the government open until September 30th, and they'll be able to pass that with a simple majority. So while not official yet, basically it's shutdown averted because the key vote got done. We saw that earlier.
System that was fixed and bled out on Thursday, and now the ground support equipment is good to go. The launch vehicle is go, and so is the spacecraft. More recently, the umbilicals, you can see those attached. They're across the back of the rocket, actually, and into the transporter erector. They provided some comm checks through those. We did some suit leak checks for the astronauts inside the capsule. We also did some comm checks, completed those. And the closeout team closed and sealed the hatch right after they got a leak check of its own inside the capsule to make sure that nothing would leak out. There you see it there. And that side leak hatch check is good.
I'm going to post a video in the chat.
Leak check, rather.
This person...
Also a final check for FOD, which is foreign object debris.
This person, the storm chasing guy, posted a video of a
side hatch.
Sorry, this person, the storm chasing guy, posted a couple videos of a car wreck in Canyon, Texas. He said there was very little visibility there, which you can see in his videos. I'm going to post a link to that in the chat. I don't have the rights to the video, but he's showing it. It's very low visibility, and I guess there was a massive wreck with dozens of cars there on I-27. So I just posted a link to that. If I can get any video or photos, I'll let you know.
This Dragon Endurance spacecraft is a special one for NASA. It's also special to Jessica, as you noted so well, and talking about the name of Endurance and a historic ship that helped Shackleton cross the Antarctic. The Dragon spacecraft Endurance will take Crew 10 to space today in its 4th space flight. Since its first flight in 2021 for Crew 3, SpaceX's Endurance Dragon has been a workhorse for NASA's commercial crew program, flying mission after mission. It has safely carried astronauts to the International Space Station. With Crew 7, Endurance proved its reliability yet again, marking its 3rd journey to orbit. In all, Endurance has flown 10 astronauts and 2 cosmonauts to and from the International Space Station. And it's supported international crews from NASA, ESA, JAXA, and Roscosmos.
One of our viewers said there were some trucks blown over in Oklahoma where they were. Austin Batman says that Watch Duty had at least 30 active wildfires in Oklahoma and Texas. I'll have to look at Watch Duty. Tank D says wind has been bad in East Texas all day where I'm at. Guess we'll be getting the dust soon. Hang on one moment here.
Live coverage of NASA and SpaceX's Crew 10 launch to the International Space Station.
Give me one moment. Keeping an eye on the weather stuff too. Now, I don't think Watch Duty actually covers... Oh, no, yeah, it covers Texas. It doesn't cover the eastern states yet. If you go to the Watch Duty app, you can actually see here. This is the Watch Duty app. You can get the app. You can go to app.watchduty.org on the web. And you can see they have a bunch of fires here. You can click on them and read about them. You can just click and get updates about each of them. So, I guess there's maybe some sort of evacuations going on. It says here, Liam Winstead, the community of Allen Reed is under a mandatory evacuation at this time. The rest area fire. Again, yeah, they said go level 3 evacuation order. Allen Reed. But, yeah, check out the Watch Duty app. It's really good for fire stuff and fire updates. We used it a lot during the California fires. Loki says those fires all around me. So, again, Watch Duty, there's an app. You can also go to app.watchduty.org on the web. If you have any updates, you can reach me at Lookner on X. We're keeping an eye on the SpaceX launch. Everything seems good so far. SpaceX NASA launch. 1 hour, 17 minutes. And they will... Oh, hold on a second here. Hang on a second here.
We are T-minus 1 hour and 17 minutes and counting until liftoff of Crew 10 on a Falcon 9 rocket to the International Space Station. Crew 10 will be the latest crew to fly as part of NASA's Commercial Crew Program, which uses private companies to transport people to and from the orbiting lab from right here on U.S. soil. We've had a great countdown so far. What a beautiful shot. The Indian River Lagoon in the foreground. In the background, a Falcon 9 rocket and Endurance spacecraft with Crew 10 on board. Weather is 95% go. The only tiny concern is the formation of cumulus clouds, but as you can see from this view, we don't have many of those around here, and that's a good thing. excitement is starting to pick up as we get closer and closer to liftoff. And Jessica, it's been a good day so far.
Yeah, absolutely. The weather looks perfect, and much to Vapor and other Air Force jet pilots' delight, no need for umbrellas today.
That's right.
Crew getting comfortable, getting closer and closer. They're getting excited.
I just want to give you an update. In the Texas measles outbreak, the state of Texas announced that 36 new cases. So they are up to 259 cases total in Texas. I know there's some in New Mexico too. In this current outbreak, 259 cases, 34 people have been hospitalized. So I just saw that from the state of Texas and wanted to mention that to you.
Rotational flight for crew members after that Demo 2 flight. So pretty impressive that all of that has happened in that 5-year period. And another fun fact, the Demo 1 mission, which was of course the mission without a crew for that very first test of the Dragon and docking to the space station, that was when Anne McClain was on board for her first mission in 2019. So she played a very crucial role of getting in Dragon and doing all of those checkouts after that vehicle had docked to the space station. So pretty cool full circle story here of Anne being up there for that first uncrewed mission, and now in Crew 10, the 11th crewed mission in the last 5 years. So pretty impressive.
How about that? She saw the first Dragon come up, and now she's on board the 11th. And for you too, right there at the beginning, you know, we're on our 10th operational mission, as you mentioned, and now when you look back, you think about just being right there at the beginning of the commercial crew program when that Dragon docked at the ISS. It was really exciting for, you know, the entire country was so thrilled to have the ability to fly to space from American soil again.
Yeah, it was really wonderful to resume that aptitude to send rockets and with crew members on board from American soil again from here in Florida, and of course still trading off regularly with our Russian counterparts with Soyuz flights. So we're still continuing to fly American astronauts on the Soyuz, and as you see, we have a Russian cosmonaut on the Dragon.
Real quick, I want to mention, I haven't been looking at all of these warnings, but I just saw there's a dust advisory which was issued by the National Weather Service Omaha. It says, the National Weather Service in Omaha has issued a dust advisory for all these different counties in southeastern Nebraska until 6:15 p.m. Central Time. The leading edge of a large cloud of dust was along a line extending from 3 miles northwest, and it gives locations. Hazard, less than 1/2 mile visibility with strong wind in excess of 50 miles an hour. Hazardous travel. Blowing dust brings reduced visibility, leading to dangerous driving conditions. If driving, avoid blowing dust if possible. If caught in dense blowing dust, pull off the road, turn off your lights, and keep your foot off the brake. Motorists should not drive into an area of blowing dust. Pull aside, stay alive. That's just one area. I haven't looked up all the dust alerts. I just saw that one. So Roberts Mayqueen says we have a dust advisory also in western Illinois. Take some more comments from you guys.
Will be commencing with fuel bleed in approximately 2 minutes. Expect some pressing and venting from the vehicle.
And we can see the venting and that fuel bleed that's happening right now as it comes off the transporter erector. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, so we talked a little bit earlier about how whatever vehicle you launch on, that vehicle remains docked to the International Space Station as your lifeboat, essentially as your rescue vehicle. Even though you launch and you're not going to land for 6 months or more, you have that vehicle there at all times in case anything happens on the space station, anything happens to a crew member, though we needed to get the crew home safely. So we always have that rescue capability. From time to time, as you've seen in the last few years, we do have various situations emerge. If there's a technical technical issue on a certain vehicle, for example. And so we do what we do best here at NASA, and that is adapt and reevaluate and replan. And to me, that has always been the most impressive thing of working at NASA. When I am most impressed about NASA, it's when we have these challenges, because you see NASA rise to the occasion and do what we do best: readapt and be flexible. And that's the same thing for all of these rescue missions. We will replan and do whatever we need to do.
I'm posting a poll. The poll is, will the launch happen today? I have no reason to think it won't, but I just want to ask you guys what you think. You never know. Could be an issue. 1 hour and 10 minutes. Let me post what you guys are saying in the chat. Our poll results. Thanks so much to Shadow6530 for the gift membership. That's really nice of you. And Carrie Poteet just gave 20 people memberships. Oh my gosh, so nice of you, Carrie Poteet. Make sure you thank Carrie if you got a membership from her, or anybody else if you got a membership or subscription from them.
Good afternoon. You're watching live launch coverage of NASA and SpaceX's 10th rotational flight to the International Space Station. I'm NASA's Daryl Nail, and with us again today is NASA astronaut Jessica Meir. It's great to have you back again.
Thanks, Daryl. It is wonderful to be here. Sending your friends and colleagues up to space is always the best thing that you can do as an astronaut here on the ground. So I'm so excited to be here playing a role in all of it.
And a big reason that you're here, to see your good friend Ann McClain off to space. Liftoff for her and the rest of the crew is at 7:03 p.m. Eastern Time from here at Launch Pad 39A. But before we continue our coverage, a quick reminder about Jessica's experience in space. Take a look back to 2019. Jessica Meir and Christina Cook.
Real quick, I want to tell you about the poll results. 72% on YouTube are saying it will happen today. 28% think it will not happen today. We also on Twitch have 64% say yes and 36% say no. When I last checked Facebook, it was 100% yes, 0% no. So you're pretty optimistic, but there's a sizable group of you who think it will not happen today. I haven't heard anything to suggest it won't happen, but stuff can come up, you know.
One of the most interesting things about our job as astronauts.
Brian Birch says, Godspeed Falcon.
It is an incredible time to be an astronaut right now, where we have so many different vehicles we can launch on. The Soyuz, like I launched on, the SpaceX Dragon that you're watching here today. Soon, hopefully, coming up next year, the Artemis II vehicle will launch and send our first astronauts to an orbit around the moon. So it's a very exciting time for us.
We certainly have a lot to look forward here on the Space Coast and for the United States space program. Some background, though, on today's launch attempt. It is the second launch attempt for Crew 10. On Wednesday, NASA and SpaceX stood down from the first attempt after teams discovered a suspected pocket of air trapped in the ground support hydraulic system used for the clamp arm that you can see there on your screen. It is wrapped around the Falcon 9 rocket and holds it to the launch arm. Yesterday, ground support teams successfully flushed that hydraulic system, and now it is ready to go for today's launch. The crew had a little bit of break while they worked on that.
Yeah, they did. The crew was able to relax yesterday. I think it was a very fortuitous opportunity because, you know, the day before you launch, they're still probably doing all of these things that are giving them a little bit of stress, dealing with last-minute issues. And then yesterday, they had already done all those things for the previous launch. So they had yesterday to really relax and then just a chance to be outside at the beach house and just take it all in, appreciate some of the sights and sounds and feels of the Earth before they go to their new home on the ISS.
Crew 10 will be launching from Pad 39A that you see there. Big props to our flight operations crew right here at the Kennedy Space Center for those beautiful views. You see the helicopter on the left part of your screen orbiting around the pad, going in circles, and appropriately so, here on Pi Day. Once the crew... Sorry?
I'm
Thanks
sure
for voting
Ann
in the
McClain
poll,
feel
everyone.
right at home too, the sweet sounds
We're
of
going to
the
wrap up
helicopter
the
in
poll
distance.
now.
Absolutely. A helicopter pilot herself, and all of them pilots inside the capsule today. In a little over an hour, this spacecraft and rocket will lift off So let's take you through the rest of their launch day previously leading up to this moment. After waking up and having a bite to eat, SpaceX helped
just take it all in, appreciate some of the sights
inside the historic crew quarters suit-up room. They also played a card game, a tradition to use to get their bad luck out of there, losing for the commander and the chief winning. Then we saw them walk out, Crew 10, waving, taking the same footsteps as every NASA astronaut since Apollo 7 in 1968, walking out, greeting the crowd, getting into their vehicles, and then joining a security-escorted caravan for a 20-minute ride to Launch Pad 39A. And then there they are, looking up and looking out as they walk down the crew access arm into their spacecraft on top of the rocket, and now they are locked and loaded inside the spacecraft. And we are watching them live while they await the next big milestones, the fueling of the Falcon 9 rocket and the arming of the launch escape system. Throughout this broadcast, we've been taking your questions from social media, so keep sending them. #AskNASA.
Thanks to Mark G, by the way, for your support. An hour and 5 minutes, guys. This crew will be going up there. They will be going up there to the space station, and then 4 days after they're there, the current crew. By the way, I was thinking, I know 4 people are coming down, but what is the amount? Is it how many are there other people besides those 4 on the space station right now? Somebody in our audience knows. I have to look it up. I wasn't positive. How many people are on the space station right now? Is it 4 or more? All right, here are the people from SpaceX.
We are excited to be joining you once again from Mission Control here in Hawthorne as we count down to liftoff of Crew 10 just over an hour from now. Of course, Crew 10 is our 10th operational mission with SpaceX, flying astronauts for long-duration missions to the International Space Station. Crew 10 will have 2 first-time flyers on board, as well as a veteran NASA astronaut and a veteran Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency, or JAXA, astronaut. And the multinational crew represents 3 different space agencies, with NASA, JAXA, and Roscosmos all represented.
Today's crew will fly aboard the Dragon spacecraft named Endurance, which previously flew the Crew 3, Crew 5, and Crew 7 missions. Overall, this will be Dragon's 46th visit to the space station and its 14th human spaceflight mission to the orbiting lab, which includes NASA's Commercial Crew Program missions and private astronaut missions with Axiom Space. We are also celebrating the 23rd anniversary of the founding of SpaceX today on March 14th, which also is Pi Day, a celebration of the mathematical constant pi.
Now, over the last 3+ hours, Crew 10 has been going through the detailed process of getting ready for their mission to the International Space Station. So let's go ahead and take a moment to introduce you to the crew. In the commander's seat is NASA astronaut Anne McClain. She's making her 2nd trip to low Earth orbit. The Spokane, Washington native and U.S. Army colonel was selected by NASA as an astronaut in 2013 and has spent a total of 204 days in space, completing 2 spacewalks totaling 13 hours and 8 minutes outside of the orbiting laboratory. Next to McClain in the pilot seat is Nicole Ayers, who was selected as a NASA astronaut in 2021. The Colorado native graduated from the Air Force Academy in Colorado Springs and is a major in the U.S. Air Force, and this will be the first spaceflight for Ayers. Serving as a mission specialist is JAXA astronaut Takuya Onishi, and today's flight will mark Onishi's 2nd trip to the space station. He was selected as an astronaut by JAXA in 2009 and has logged 113 days in space previously. To round it all out, the final mission specialist is Roscosmos cosmonaut Kirill Peskov, and he was selected as a cosmonaut in 2018 and will also be making his first spaceflight today. Once on board the International Space Station, Crew 10 will briefly become members of Expedition 72 and then Expedition 73 in April. They will conduct space station maintenance and scientific research to understand material flammability, contributing to future spacecraft design and study how spaceflight affects human physiology and psychology. The crew will also engage with students worldwide via ham radio and use its existing hardware with newly integrated software to test a backup lunar navigation solution.
To date, SpaceX has flown 56 crew members to space since the Demo 2 mission in May of 2020, which was almost 5 years ago. Coming up here at T-minus 45 minutes, we'll be listening in for the team to report their readiness for propellant load with a final go, no-go poll. And so far, today continues to be a smooth countdown, and we're looking good for an on-time liftoff at 7:03 p.m. Eastern Time from Launch Complex 39A in Florida. Now, here on the ground, the teams will be staffed around the clock in mission control just behind us to monitor Dragon and the mission, and not just for today, but throughout the entire mission, from liftoff to the Crew 10's arrival at the space station, all the way through splashdown when the astronauts return back home. And on console or headset in mission control, which you can see there on your screen, there are 6 key positions. The mission director is in charge of the room and tasked with making real-time decisions to ensure mission success. The person that you may hear talking to the astronauts is the crew operations and resources engineer. You'll hear us refer to them as the core throughout the broadcast. And there are 4 additional team members focused on vehicle systems, including avionics, navigation and control, software, propulsion, life support, and communication with ground support teams. Now, apart from mission control, our Falcon 9 team...
Dragon SpaceX, cycling orbit tank isolation valves to equalize low flow pressure. Additionally, I can give you a go to step into Section 5. When ready, report go for launch.
Everything looking good so far.
Copy Section 5 and work.
By the way, there are 7 crew
for some
currently on the
comms
space
between
station.
the core and Crew 10. Now, apart from mission control, our Falcon 9 team is currently located in the launch and...
I just want to interrupt for a second. So, as some of our viewers said, I was asking how many people are currently on the space station. 7 current crew members on the space station. 4 of them will be coming down around 4 days after this crew goes up, and those 4 will include Butch Williams and Suni Williams and Butch Wilmore, who have been up there for about 9 months since they got. They were supposed to be up there for about a week, but they were flying the Boeing Starliner spacecraft on its first manned test flight. There were issues with that spacecraft. NASA didn't think it was safe to bring them necessarily to bring them down in that spacecraft. So they have been waiting since last June to come back.
Always has the ability to take manual control of the spacecraft if needed.
And before all of that happens, as the booster returns to the launch site and slows down from supersonic speeds, people in the immediate area may hear a brief double clap of a thunder-like sound known as a sonic boom.
Similar sonic booms like this were heard during the return and landing of the space.
Also, there is a tornado watch I want to tell you about, guys.
Of reusable systems like Falcon.
Let me mention the tornado watch real quick. Tornado watch for parts of Arkansas. Oh, hold on. I can turn it down for a second. Tornado watch for parts of Arkansas, Louisiana, and Mississippi until 10 p.m. Central Time. Several tornadoes likely. Northern Louisiana part of that. Southwestern Mississippi. Some of Arkansas too. So we'll keep an eye on that. Oh, they're showing, hang on a moment. I think they're showing some of the sonic booms when the rockets come back, I believe.
Sort of the 2 sonic booms.
I can't play the music though, so it's when they stop playing the music, I'll play it. 57 minutes, 30 seconds, guys, until liftoff. Appreciate you all being here. Oh, let's go back.
Houston, Gary, how's it going?
Hey, Jesse. Hey, Anna. Thanks for having me. Welcome again to Mission Control here in the Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. We're the hub of human spaceflight at NASA, and the team here is poised for launch. And
the Senate is voting. I think the Senate is voting right now on the spending bill, which is going to pass, I believe. Well, I'm pretty darn sure. But I think the Senate might be voting like right now on it. I think. I can throw it on the screen. Hang on. Let's see here. Let me put it up on the screen for you, if I can. Okay, what I need to do is move this up to here. Okay, hang on. So I think this is the Senate voting on the spending bill. C-SPAN says final vote. So I don't want to completely cover the launch, but I want to show it to you. So I'm just putting it up there on the screen. I know it's a little messy on the screen right now, but I think, let me put the audio on. Is there audio from there? Actually, I don't think the audio, I think the audio is on. Oh, no, it's not on. Hold on a moment. Hold on a moment.
Mr. Husted. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Johnson.
Again, the big vote was earlier. This is not...
Mr. Justice.
This is to pass the spending
Mr.
bill,
Kane,
but
Mr. Kelly.
There's not really a threat this won't pass.
Mr. Kennedy.
So this is the
Mr.
Senate voting to pass the spending bill, which they're going to do. They only need a majority, and there's more than a majority of Republicans. But this will make it official that there's no shutdown.
Mr. Lee. Mr. Lujan. Ms. Lummis. Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley. Mrs. Moody. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moreno.
Yeah, this is the vote, the final vote to fund the government. I don't
Mr.
have
Mullen.
a vote count in front of me, but
Ms.
again, all they
Murkowski.
need is a majority.
Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray.
I don't have a feed with numbers on the screen myself that I can show
Mr.
you.
Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul. Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz.
So we're keeping an eye on the launch in the back there, and we're showing you the video from the vote on the funding bill, which is going to pass in the Senate.
Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff.
To keep the government open for 6 months. A bunch of different stories.
Mr. Schmidt.
Today.
Mr. Schumer. Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen.
Our viewer,
Mr.
Mr. Green,
Sheehy.
said the storm blew through Nebraska, where
Ms.
Mr. Green was.
Slotkin. Ms. Smith. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Thune. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warnock.
These New Yorkers are fast talkers.
Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young.
I want to hear. Can I turn on both things?
Be here.
Both
All right,
both
so again,
audio.
thanks for stepping
Senators
off console.
voting
When
in
we
the
spoke during
affirmative.
Wednesday's launch attempt, there was a
Barrasso,
ground hydraulics
Blackburn,
issue.
Britt,
What was done to
Bud,
resolve that to get us to launch today?
Capito, Cassidy,
Yeah, Megan, so
Collins,
the team worked hard.
Cornyn, Cotton,
I'm going to play
Kramer,
the vote.
Crapo, Cruz, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Haggerty, Hawley, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Justice, Kennedy, King, Langford, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, McConnell, McCormick, Moody, Moreno, Mullen, Murkowski, Ricketts, Risch, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Shaheen, Sheehy, Sullivan, Thune, Tillis, Wicker, Young. Senators voting in the negative: also Brooks, Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Blunt Rochester, Booker, Cantwell, Coons, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Durbin, Fetterman, Gallego, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kane, Kim, Klobuchar, Lujan, Markey, Merkley, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Hall, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Schiff, Slotkin, Smith, Van Hollen, Warner, Warren, Welch, Whitehouse, Wyden. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mr. Moran, aye. Mr. Johnson, aye.
Again, the Senate is about to approve the funding bill that the House approved to keep the government open for another 6 months, which President Trump will sign, I assume, in the coming hours, and it'll avoid a shutdown. So we've just been showing you that.
Aye. Mr. Tuberville, aye. Mr. Schumer, no.
This is the vote on the spending bill. The big vote was the cloture one, about an hour ago or so. We showed that. And we have 49 minutes till the launch, guys. I want to get that audio back on from the launch. I don't want to miss anything. I might put audio on.
This will be the
from
second
both.
flight of the first stage booster supporting the Crew 10 mission.
Rapid reusability drastically reduces launch costs, helps increase launch frequency, and enables a wide array of new government.
We got a little volume from both coming at you. Schumer voted no. Yeah, but this is not. Schumer's big vote was voting yes on cloture. Once Schumer and other Democrats.
No.
Once Schumer and other Democrats voted with Republicans to end debate on the bill, then their vote was no longer needed to pass the bill. Because to pass the bill, you only need a majority, over 50. But to pass cloture, you need 60. So Schumer, I didn't hear, some of you said he voted no on the spending bill, but what you can have is somebody vote yes to stop debate, knowing that that'll cause it to pass, and then vote no on the actual bill. The big vote was the cloture vote.
Coming up on T-minus 48 minutes to launch, and our teams are carefully moving through the pre-flight process. Now, a lot of preparations have brought us to this point, including a dry dress rehearsal, static fire on Sunday, and an initial launch attempt on Wednesday. Now, we did stand down from that attempt due to a hydraulic system issue, but the teams completed inspections of the ground support hydraulic system used for the clamp arm supporting the Falcon 9 rocket and successfully flushed a suspected pocket of trapped air in the system.
Now, all of that hard work brings us to today's launch, and next up in our
The team has pulled go for LES arm, propellant load, and launch.
That sounds good.
And there, you just heard that the team had pulled go for both prop load and for launch.
That's
so
good.
That was the next step in the countdown that we were waiting for, and that was from the SpaceX launch director, and they were calling up to the crew to let them know that we had received that go to continue with that prop load. And then, as we mentioned earlier, the Dragon launch team, as well as key NASA launch members, are in the Launch and Landing Control Center at SpaceX's Hangar X in Florida. And the launch director will also check in with the Dragon mission director, referred to as the MD, and the NASA launch manager to make sure everyone is on the same page and everyone is ready to move forward. Again, there's a lot of teams and a lot of moving parts to getting a launch off the ground. And so leading up to the final stages of launch today, you will hear various check-ins on that process. So right now, there on your screen, you can see Crew 10. They are on board Dragon, waiting to get the green light to stow the crew arm for the launch and arm the launch escape system. And we did just hear that go, so we should start getting a good view of that access arm moving away from the spacecraft pretty soon. Now on the range side of things, the range continues to be go for launch, monitoring the clearance area surrounding our launch pad as well as the air and sea space along the flight corridor.
And as you can see in your on the left-hand corner of your screen, the weather is looking great for today's launch. Overall, weather is trending in the right direction, and we currently have less than a 5% chance of violation at our target liftoff time today, which is great. Our teams will continue to keep an eye on the weather, but we'll have a final pre-fueling weather briefing in about 20 seconds from now at the T-minus 45-minute mark. Now, weather is forecasted to be excellent on the Space Coast heading into today's launch opportunity. And again, the current forecast is greater than 95% chance of acceptable conditions at launch. Now, weather along the Atlantic
T-minus
coast.
45 minutes. Both control rooms go into lockdown and remain in that state until the launch escape system is disarmed. All operators are to remain at their console and maintain a sterile cockpit until MD confirms successful disarming of the launch escape system following orbit insertion or propellant offload in the event of a scrub. For non-urgent no-go conditions, brief the CE or LD and then approve boarding the countdown. For urgent issues affecting the safety of the operation, operators shall call hold on the countdown net. Launch control will abort the launch auto sequence immediately and proceed in the launch abort auto sequence. At T-minus 10 seconds, launch control will be hands-off, relying on automated abort criteria for the remainder of the count. Operators advise the launch director whether structural breakup or fire is imminent or occurring per Dragon manual escape flight rules. Launch control, you may proceed with arming the crew for movement. Crew access arm retraction starting.
The yeas are 54, the nays are 46. The bill is passed.
A briefing with the crew. Sounds like everything is go for launch, and we're going to start seeing that crew access arm moving away from the vehicle here shortly.
We should
the spending bill passed.
The
spending bill passed, guys.
As well. Again, our teams are staffed
No
around
shutdown.
the clock in mission control here in Hawthorne, mission control in
Arm
Houston,
is moving
as well as
away.
launch
Look, the
control
arm's
center
moving away.
to monitor Dragon throughout its entire mission from liftoff all the way to Crew
Wow,
10's arrival
check
at
it
the
out.
space station and then on its return home to Earth. And there you're seeing some great shots of the crew access arm pulling away from Dragon. Clear skies as far as the eye can see. Perfect weather for today's launch.
Getting exciting over here.
What is Susan Collins saying?
Murray, Elsa Brooks, Warner, and Kane. It has been endorsed by President Trump.
Well, I don't know what that's about. Anyways, the spending bill has passed, okay? So that is the, there's not going to be a shutdown.
Yeah, weather looks amazing
spending bill just
over
got
there
passed.
at pad 39A. You can see that crew access arm still moving. It'll move all the way to that 90 degrees away from the vehicle.
Crew access arm retraction complete.
And there we just heard confirmation that the crew access arm has been fully retracted. That process is now complete. Again, the next step in our process leading up to today's launch at 7:03 p.m. Eastern, 4:03 p.m. Pacific will be the propellant loading, and that should be getting underway here shortly. In the meantime, let's go ahead and check back in with Daryl at NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida.
All right, thank you very much, ladies. Back here with NASA astronaut Jessica Meir as we orbit the launch pad, Launch Complex 39A here at the Kennedy Space Center, going in circles on Pi Day. Seems fitting, Jessica.
Absolutely, it does. This is the day for it.
We've got a few
Thanks so much to
coming up here in the next few
Dewey.
minutes. We're going to close our visors at T-minus 39 minutes and then start the process of getting that launch escape system armed. As we just saw, the crew access arm has moved away, so if there were to be an emergency, going through the crew access arm is one option up until the point in which the launch escape system is armed, and then it's off the top of the rocket.
Wow.
Yeah, that's right. That launch escape arm could actually swing back in just about 30 seconds, and during that time, the crew would actually be unbuckling their seatbelts and getting ready to egress, so that timing would work out.
I just closed, arming the launch escape system.
Thank you, Dewey,
Copy, Dragon,
1851.
For 6.6, arm launch escape.
What's happening?
Running these milestones early at this point, which is a good thing.
Right.
We heard Commander...
Launch escape system is verified armed.
Launch escape system is armed in case they need to escape off the top. They're talking
There we have
about.
the verification that the launch escape system is armed, a high energy system that could be very much needed in case something were to happen to the rocket.
Yeah, that's something that the astronauts on board can actually hear. They can hear it being armed. They get this sort of loud thump that they hear. And of course, that launch escape system, it consists of 8 Super Draco thrusters. It's only used for an abort in this case. And it's armed 2 minutes before the loading of the fuel.
Thanks again, Dewey,
And I'm wondering
1851.
about your
Thank you,
thoughts in
Dewey.
this moment as you hear Commander Ann McLean get these systems ready. Your friend, your fellow classmate, getting ready to go.
I want to talk to you. I want to take some comments from you guys here. 39 minutes.
Launch day. I know from my own experience.
39 minutes.
You actually have to remind yourself that it's actually
we are bringing you live coverage of this.
Series of readiness and all
and
these checks,
let's see
and all the
here.
physical actions so many times in various simulations. I remember on my
Yes, it's one of our viewers said the launch is right, Cape Canaveral.
Cues and the procedures, but
Cape
then I would
Canaveral,
hear
Florida
something,
is where that
maybe
is.
The groan of the fuel in the lines, or a slight movement of the rocket, and that was what made me realize, oh, wait a minute. At the end of this one, I'm not going to be going home and going to dinner. I will be in space. So perhaps that realization is kind of setting in for these 3 astronauts and cosmonaut. I'm sure it's a little bit different for Ann and Tak, who have gone through a launch before. Totally new for Nicole and Kirill. So a really nice blend of experience in that Dragon capsule today.
Fuel loading is in 3 minutes, according to SpaceX.
We'll be lifting off just before then at 7:03 p.m.
Rocket grade kerosene and liquid oxygen.
Right around 7:30. It should make for a beautiful launch for those who are gathered in the area to watch. The sky will become lit up as the sun dances with the exhaust from the Falcon 9 rocket.
Thanks to Ken Lance,
These
too. I
launch
appreciate it,
systems
Ken
that we're
Lance.
talking
Thank
about
you.
are, of course, a vital component of any vehicle that contains astronauts on board. And it's something that we hope, of course, to never have to use. But the few times historically when we have had to use them also provide such a testament, such a great test of that system. I remember very well Nick Hague and Alexei Ovchinin's abort on the Soyuz that happened in 2018. I was in training at the time in Star City, and that abort happened when they were at about 30 miles up, and they ended up going up to about 50 miles and then landing safely due to the very reliable, highly functioning abort system. Search and rescue teams were there to pull them out in about 10 minutes. And a really stressful day, of course, for everybody.
And tanks venting for propellant load.
That was a stressful day for everybody on board and everybody on the ground, but again, a really nice test to see that these systems are in place for a reason and they do work.
Nick Hague went to space that day and came right back. And fortunately, everything went well, and he was able to return to the ISS, and he's up there now.
Yeah, he's up there right now waiting for this mission to join him. I know that he's very much looking forward to giving Anne and her crew a big high five, especially for those 8-ball classmates, but really for everybody on board. We joke in our class that, you know, Nick launched 2.5 times so far for his 2 missions to space.
I'm going to quickly show you the weather radar, Radar Omega. Let me just show you what's going on with the weather right now.
Jessica, spending it with us, giving us your
actually, give me a second, I'll show
talking
you.
About your experiences in space flight.
So there is Radar Omega. That is that line of storms here moving through Illinois, Iowa,
social media channels,
Nebraska,
#NASA, Twitch,
and
Facebook, YouTube,
there
and
is
X.
a tornado
Dolores Kiefer
watch.
asks, now can the ground crew talk
Let me
to
show you
the
where that is.
astronauts during fueling?
Yeah, they can. We just heard a call go, and those comm loops are open. You know, of course, we can talk
I'll
to
put
the
it up
crew
there and
if
show you
in case
that.
of any type of emergency or any type of information that they need. We have those comm loops open. Interestingly, speaking about that, the crew can actually hear the fueling process. So they can hear the valves, they can hear the flow of the fuel as well. So interesting for them to be following along with the process.
Can hear it, see it, and feel it. Just a few seconds now before we start propellant load for the Falcon 9 rocket.
I'm going to leave this on, then I'll show you the map. A propellant load is about to begin.
The
Thanks
launch
to
auto sequence has started.
There you go. Thanks, Justin King, by the way. I appreciate it,
go.
Justin King.
Tanks are being filled. Prop load is underway. A very dynamic time for the astronauts and the ground crews.
Here you go. You can hear it. Here's some
For this countdown today, we got a little further and have gone further than our attempt on Wednesday, which stopped at T-minus 43 minutes. We are now T-minus 34 minutes, and everything is looking good. The vehicle is go, spacecraft is go, ground teams are go, and now we are tanking this rocket.
So this crew is hearing those sounds. As we mentioned, they can hear the fuel flowing through the valves and flowing through the pipelines. And this is a rocket-grade kerosene called RP1 and also liquid oxygen. That is the fuel for this powerful Falcon 9 rocket today.
1.8 million pounds of thrust once the rocket takes off. Thanks to our Kennedy Space Center flight operations team for these beautiful helicopter shots. Doing a great job.
Let me just show you the tornado watch areas here. Those
Let's
are tornado
go back
watch
now
areas
to Hawthorne,
in here.
California.
Tornado watch in there. And there's the current line of storms right there. You can see on the radar.
We are at T-minus 33 minutes from launch and getting closer and closer to launching Crew 10 into space. After the long-duration mission is complete, Crew 10 will be the first NASA commercial crew mission to target a return splashdown in the Pacific Ocean. NASA and SpaceX have been working together toward certification and readiness for Dragon recoveries on the West Coast. Since 2019, Dragon recoveries have primarily...
Hey, I'm going to show you guys something real quick about the weather. I want to show you something here. Check this out. Look at the severe thunderstorm warning here. I think I saw one. Oh, hold on a second. I thought I saw one with higher than 70. Maybe I didn't. 70, 70. Okay. I was just showing you the, it says wind there. You can see 70 miles an hour. That's the highest one I've seen. These say more? For the tornado watch, it says, I get gusts to 90 miles an hour likely. Several tornadoes and a couple intense tornadoes likely. Widespread damaging winds and isolated significant gusts to 90 miles an hour likely. That's this tornado watch. And the one down here says several tornadoes and a couple intense tornadoes likely. Scattered damaging wind gusts to 70 miles an hour likely. Large hail. Isolated very large hail events to 2 inches in diameter possible.
Some people explore because it's exciting.
I'm going to turn the music down. So keeping an eye on the weather situation as well. And then tornado outbreak expected in some parts of southern U.S. tomorrow. Tornado outbreak, which we've talked about some. I am going to hold off.
Space exploration is important.
Until they're done playing the music. Evelyn says, busy, busy, busy. Yeah, a lot going on. I don't like that there's this extreme, severe weather and tornado threat, but it is there. We have 30 minutes, just about 30 minutes left until launch. Bringing you live coverage of that. Thank you so much to all of our moderators who are here. Beth Mythical, Ruth Krafasi, Roberts, May Queen, Janet B. Thank you so much, moderators. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha over there on X. Over on Twitch, Bastion Girl, Seriro. Hearsay, LB Prairie on Matthew Kohai 3, McBritches, and Surly Dev. Also our Facebook moderators like Kay Lowry Body, Paul Anderson, Margaret Riley. Really appreciate all of our moderators.
With NASA, welcome back to the Kennedy Space Center in Florida, here with NASA astronaut Jessica Meir. Here's more about the crew that's going into space today. NASA astronaut Anne McClain, she is your Crew 10 commander, making her second trip to low Earth orbit. The Spokane, Washington native and U.S. Army colonel was selected by NASA as an astronaut in 2013 and has spent a total of 204 days in space and completed 2 spacewalks totaling 13 hours and 8 minutes. She's very competent and, as you've described, a very excellent leader.
Absolutely, a natural leader, and it is so thrilling to be here watching her do what she was born to do and leading this crew to space today.
Sitting next to her is the pilot for Crew 10, NASA astronaut Nicole Ayers. She was selected as a NASA astronaut in 2021. The Colorado native graduated from the Air Force Academy in Colorado Springs and is a major in the U.S. Air Force. This is her first space flight, and she's pretty excited about it.
Absolutely.
Takuya Onishi. He is the JAXA astronaut, serving as a mission specialist. Today's flight will mark Onishi's second trip to the space station. He was selected as an astronaut by Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency in 2009 and has logged 113 days in space, and he will eventually be the station commander.
Yeah, that will be a very nice moment to see as Anne hands over those leadership reins over to Tak. Transfer of controls from her as the commander of the SpaceX vehicle over to Tak to be commander of the space station. So great opportunity for leadership for both of these experienced crew members.
And the second mission specialist is Kirill Peskov. The Roscosmos cosmonaut was selected as a cosmonaut in 2018 and will be also making his first spaceflight today.
This is really the ultimate of Kirill's very curious and adventurous nature. I hear he loves to discover all aspects of and areas of Russia and the U.S. now in his SUV, and he is always exploring, so this will be the ultimate of his exploration today for him and for all of his crew.
And all 4 of these crew members are pilots. They speak that common language of aviation. That must be comforting to all of them.
I think so, and I think it has brought them closer together as a crew. They can almost read each other's minds, they say. Sometimes, they don't even need words, and they have this shared sentiment, this shared language. It makes them a very synchronous, cohesive crew.
And for the past year and a half, that crew has been training diligently to be ready to help conduct science investigations aboard station. The crew will perform biomedical research and technology demonstrations over the 4-month expedition. Commander Anne McClain is participating in the Canadian Space Agency.
By the way, I want to pass along another viewer comment. Our viewer Devils says, Gulfport, Mississippi, we're beginning to feel the winds from the coming storm.
Respiratory rate. Imagine the day where you go see your doctor because you're concerned about your heart health.
Hang on a
they
moment
give you
here.
these sensors to wear, and they get this massive comprehensive look at your cardiovascular health over multiple days doing multiple activities.
Another science investigation on board involves tiny materials.
26 minutes and 43 seconds, guys.
Here on Earth with those people who suffer from arthritis in their knees.
National Weather Service Des Moines says storms moving across central Iowa have had gusts 60 to 70 miles an hour. Gusts behind the line are gusting over 70 miles an hour. Stay inside, away from windows.
And then, of course, before that, Center Director here at Kennedy since 2021. And how does it feel to be back here to watch another cruise launch?
Oh, my God. I can't, Megan, tell you how excited I am.
Trying to read some more comments from you guys as we wait for this launch.
I cannot explain the feeling of coming back home. You know, I love this center. I love this workforce.
Mike says, let's go SpaceX.
Here at the center. So it's very exciting, you know. In DC, it's
yeah, Hugo mentioned the two. I should mention this. Hugo mentioned those 2 test flights. So SpaceX did 2 test flights of the Starship spacecraft in January and March, both which ended up with the spacecraft portion, the Starship Space Launch Vehicle, both of which ended up with the top part, the spacecraft, being destroyed in the test flight. That is not this. This is a Falcon rocket and a Dragon crew capsule, which have been doing this for years. The test flights are of the Starship Space Launch Vehicle, which includes the super heavy booster rocket and the Starship spacecraft. And the Starship spacecraft is what has had the issues on the 2 test flights. But that is not what is, neither the Super Heavy booster or the Starship spacecraft is on this flight. This is the Falcon 9 rocket and the Crew Dragon capsule.
And speaking of excited, you know,
this Crew Dragon capsule, I believe this capsule on the top there where the crew is, I believe this is its 4th flight to the space station. And this is the second, I believe this is the 2nd flight for the booster rocket.
Absolutely, because you got to think about the astronauts.
As I mentioned before, I was going to say this before, 7 crew members currently on the
Butch, Suni, Nick, and
space station. 4 of them will be coming down a few days after these crew members show up. And among those 4, 2 of them will be Butch Wilmore and Suni Williams, who've been up there since last June.
This is what they're going to do. And in fact,
they were only supposed to be up in space for 8 days, but around 8 days, but their Boeing Starliner spacecraft had problems, and so they have been there.
You never know. It might be your last time because you might not be selected for another mission or whatever. So I
since
bet they
June.
Have mixed emotions leaving their colleagues up there at the space station. I'm sure they're anxious to get home and put their feet on Earth and spend time with their family, but I think that they have enjoyed their time in space. You know, when I said behind the glass to Butch and Suni a while ago, I asked them, and they had told me that they hope they get to stay a little bit longer than 8 days in space. That was at their behind the glass. Now, I don't know if they meant to stay as long as they got to, but I know that they are a valued member of this expedition crew, and they've done amazing research. They've done spacewalks together. I think Suni now holds a record for the most amount of time in the vacuum of space. So they have to be very, very proud of what they've accomplished. They were very much integrated as a crew and did a lot of work on the station research.
Gary Baines said, could the launch get scrubbed? If something comes up, it could get scrubbed. There's no issues so far. I guess they said I think there's like around a 95% chance the weather will be fine. There could be something which comes up that we don't know about, but as of right now, nothing has come up to stop it. 22 minutes. Beth Mythical says, looks like clouds. Again, they're pretty confident about the weather being fine for launch.
That's, of course, preparing for the first crewed mission around the moon in over 50 years. Engineers finished stacking the twin solid rocket boosters for Artemis II. These 177-foot-tall boosters will provide most of the 8.8 million pounds of thrust needed to launch 4 astronauts on a 10-day lunar journey. There's a shot of the core stage, which they're starting to work on now. Since November, crews have used a massive crane to lift and assemble those booster segments. They're each packed with avionics and motors that will safely detach after launch. Now, with the completion of that, they're going to focus on the SLS. Artemis 2 will carry NASA astronauts Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, and Christina Cook, along with Canadian astronaut Jeremy Hansen, on a mission around the moon. So here's Jeremy now with a little more about that.
Got to turn down the music. Got to turn down the music. Oh. I just saw a video posted of a porch collapse near the University of Pittsburgh, I guess, according to AZ Intel. I'll post a link. I guess some people got injured. I'll post a link in the chat to that video. I don't own the rights to that video, but there was a lot of people on a porch sitting on the top of it. That does not look like a good scene. I'm going to see if I can find out more. Oh! Hold on a second. What is going on? We should not be hearing music. Okay, we're good. We're good. Let me yeah, sorry about the noise. Hold on.
Holding this together.
Yeah, I gotta wait till the music's over to put the audio back on again. This music here. I'll see if I could find Ricky Sayer of KDKA says multiple people were injured in that porch collapse. I put the video in the chat there.
It's there, though, because, Jessica, you are friends and former classmates with both Victor Glover and Christina Cook.
Yeah, that's right. They are my astronaut classmates, like brothers and sisters, and it has been so exciting to see this Artemis journey. I was here for the Artemis 1 launch. And
so KDKA says that there were several people taken to the hospital. It's not clear how many were hurt. It looked like a big party, and there were a bunch of people looked like hanging out on the roof of a porch, which then collapsed. An awning of the porch where people were on the awning of the porch up there. About at least a dozen people were on the awning, and some people were under it. So. I hope nobody's seriously hurt, but that was kind of scary looking. So anyways, I'll put the audio back on this.
Reflight. And sitting at the top of Falcon 9, Dragon and its trunk stand over 26 feet tall. There are 2 windows on the spacecraft, plus one underneath the nose cone. The nose cone opens shortly after launch to expose the forward bulkhead thrusters and docking mechanism that will connect with the space station. Dragon's trunk holds solar cells, which power Dragon while it's in free flight, and the trunk can also carry unpressurized cargo. Now, Dragon has played a significant role in advancing our future in space by safely transporting crew to and from the space station. There are currently 4 Dragon spacecraft supporting human spaceflight missions that have docked to the station. There you can see them on your screen. That is Endeavour, Resilience, Endurance, and Freedom. Now, designed to be the safest spacecraft ever flown, Dragon is capable of carrying up to 7 passengers to and from Earth orbit and beyond.
And Dragon has 16 Draco thrusters that can be used in space to help navigate the spacecraft to its destination, each providing 90 pounds of force. That doesn't include the 8 Super Draco thrusters used for an abort, which are no longer active once the crew is in orbit. Dragon has flown 49 times with 15 human spaceflight missions since 2020, when Dragon became the first private spacecraft to take humans to the International Space Station. In that time, Dragon has flown over 1,000 experiments to space and 56 crew members representing 14 different countries.
Dragon has proven to be a versatile spacecraft. It can autonomously dock to the space station when outfitted with the International Space Station docking adapter, as it is for today's flight. When it's not going to the space station and in free-flyer mode, the docking adapter can be swapped out for a cupola. Another option that we have is the Skywalker hardware, which supports extravehicular activities as the crew used during the Polaris Dawn mission. Now continuing down the vehicle, we do have the second stage. The second stage is powered by a single Merlin vacuum engine, or MVAC engine, which is optimized to perform in the vacuum of space. After stage separation, the MVAC will ignite and carry Dragon to its target orbit. Now, the Falcon 9's first and second stages are connected by the black inner stage, which houses the MVAC engine and the system that decouples the two stages during stage separation. And below that is the first stage.
Stage 2 LOX load has started.
Good call out. Stage 2 LOX loading has begun. Below that is the first stage, which is powered by 9 Merlin engines. These 9 Merlin engines provide the initial thrust to lift.
Dragon SpaceX reporting that we continue to track no issues with Dragon or Falcon proceeding to launch.
That's good. No issues. Proceeding to launch. No issues with
SpaceX Dragon, copy.
Proceeding to launch, less than 16 minutes.
That we're tracking no issues. These 9 Merlin engines provide the initial thrust to lift Falcon 9 off of the ground through the lower, thicker parts of the Earth's atmosphere. Now, each of these Merlin 1D engines delivers about 190,000 pounds of thrust at sea level, which gives Falcon 9 a combined...
A quick thank you to Donna Smith for the gift memberships. Thanks so much, Donna. And also Kerry Poteet for being a member. And also our viewer from Nigeria, I think, Topira Doa Ayeomola. Thank you so much for watching from Nigeria and supporting the channel. I really appreciate that. About 15 minutes before launch.
It's also equipped with 4 landing legs that deploy and allow for vertical landing on a drone ship or landing pad. Now today we will be attempting to return the booster to land at landing zone 1. The second stage will power Dragon into its initial low Earth orbit before separating, leaving Dragon to continue its journey to the space station using its own thrusters. About 40 seconds after separation, Dragon's nose cone deploy sequence will begin, exposing the guidance navigation controls that help Dragon autonomously fly to the space station. With T0 coming up in just under 15 minutes, our teams are doing a series of system checks to ensure Dragon and Falcon 9 are ready to go.
And we are still looking good for an on-time launch today. Both Dragon and Falcon 9 continue to be healthy. As we continue to listen and watch the countdown, our teams are preparing the vehicle for flight. Propellant loading of both RP-1 and liquid oxygen began at T-minus 35 minutes. And we also heard the call a few minutes ago that the launch escape system is armed. The launch escape system is designed to propel Dragon away from Falcon 9 in the event of an emergency during launch. Now, the range, which is monitoring the keep-out zones among other key flight requirements, also continues to report no issues, and they are go to support today's launch.
And weather also continues to look good. You can see it there on your screen, clear skies, and we are still tracking a roughly less than 5% chance of violation at our target liftoff time of 7:03 p.m. Eastern, 4:03 p.m. Pacific. And as you heard earlier, we're continuing to be optimistic that we're going to maintain these good conditions into launch. And as a reminder, today we have an instantaneous launch window driven by our planned rendezvous point, the point at which Dragon and station will meet in orbit. The station is orbiting the Earth at more than 17,000 miles per hour, and Dragon needs to catch up. That means we have to deliver Dragon to the correct orbit by timing its trajectory relative to the orbiting laboratory so that they are in the same place in orbit at the same time. So precise liftoff time is crucial for hitting that rendezvous point. And at this point, if we hear a hold for any reason, we would have to stand down and target our backup launch opportunity, which is Saturday, March 15th at 6:41 p.m.
Cannot
Eastern,
delay the launch today. The launch has to happen at that particular time.
And all the systems continue to be go. And for now, we're going to go ahead and turn it over to Gary at the Johnson Space Center for a quick step.
No delay possible today of the launch. They got to launch it at that time.
Thank you, Anna. Back here in the International Space Station Flight Control Room at NASA's Johnson Space Center in Houston, teams continue to work around the clock to monitor activities aboard the orbital outpost. Leading the teams inside the room is Flight Director T.J. Creamer. The team in Mission Control Houston, the team in Hawthorne, and the astronauts aboard the space station will track the autonomous docking of Dragon Endurance when they enter joint operations. This will happen when the spacecraft enters the approach ellipsoid, the invisible boundary stretching 4 by 2 by 2 kilometers that helps us monitor all arriving and departing spacecraft, is essentially the neighborhood of the space station. Once docked, crew members in both Dragon and aboard the station will perform a series of leak checks, then work to open the spacecraft's hatch for Crew 10 to float into the station and begin their stay. We anticipate that the hatch will be opened about an hour and a half after the docking. When they enter the orbital outpost, Crew 10 will be greeted by the rest of their Expedition 72 crew and will come together for opening remarks. That's all from us here in Mission Control as the anticipation continues to build for launch in under 20 minutes. How's it looking on the Space Coast, Daryl?
We're looking great, Gary. Looking fantastic. We've got fantastic weather, 95% go. You see the beautiful shot outside of the pad there, the rocket and the spacecraft. When it launches today, the crew aboard the ISS, the destination for today's launch, will be about 260 miles over top of the west coast of Australia. So too far to see the launch. It's nice to see a rocket go off when you're on the ISS, but unfortunately it won't be the case this time.
Oh, yeah. It is a wonderful thing to see when your crewmates are heading towards you. I remember a photograph that Christina Cook took of my Soyuz approaching the station, and one of these incredible opportunities that you could see the outline of the trajectory of the Soyuz as it approached, and it's such a beautiful image. It's a shame they won't be able to see it, but they will be so excited to have their crewmates come on board.
And we're about to hear from the crew here before launch. We'll hear from them after launch. It'll be special. They have some important things to say.
Oh, absolutely. I am very excited to hear these final thoughts coming from the entire crew right before launch.
Okay. All right. With that, we'll send it back to SpaceX in Hawthorne, California.
About 10 minutes.
Thanks, Daryl. Our next major milestone on the countdown event will be around the T-minus 10-minute mark, which is just in about 5 seconds, when Falcon 9 launch commit criteria get checked by computers.
Dragon SpaceX, confirm crew displays are configured for launch.
That's good.
SpaceX Dragon, displays are configured for launch. And with that, this is the pilot, Nicole Ayers. And on behalf of Crew 10, we'd like to say that today we celebrate the countless individuals all over the world that have made this journey possible. To the engineers, instructors, flight controllers, scientists, and leaders who worked tirelessly to get us here, thank you for your dedication to the safety and success of this mission. And a special thank you to our friends and families for your unwavering love and support. This mission is a testament of what humans can achieve when we work together. Go Crew 10!
Such great words from the crew. Again, and some cheering going on. You can see that on your screen.
SpaceX copies. And from the entire SpaceX team here, it's been a pleasure working together to prepare for this mission. And from all of us, good luck, Godspeed, go Crew 10, and enjoy the ride.
Got about 9 minutes. Less than 9 minutes.
Great comms. That was from our core here in Hawthorne in Mission Control. Now, there are many systems in place to ensure that the rocket and the crew are both safe leading up to liftoff and during flight. And now that we are in terminal count, our teams are performing those final checks before launch.
And coming up here in just a few minutes, we will start having that stage 1 engine chill start. And now we're just over 8 minutes away from launch. Again, today's ride to orbit will be about 9 minutes, which is from the time of liftoff to second stage cutoff. And then Dragon in the second stage will continue to coast for a few minutes after that prior to separation. You'll hear some performance calls along the way as we get into the final countdown and then after liftoff. And these are SpaceX flight controllers reporting on trajectory, speed, booster performance, and other key milestones. So some of the callouts you will hear after liftoff are a combination of letters and numbers, which will mark different abort zones throughout the flight up the eastern seaboard. The first two are 1 Alpha and 1 Bravo, which are abort modes available while the first stage is firing. And then the next round of numbers and letters you'll hear are 2 Alpha through 2 Echo, though you'll only hear the 2 Alpha call on the public loops, and those will come into play once the second stage kicks in. And then diverting a little bit from the other naming system, you will hear the call out Shannon, which refers to Shannon, Ireland. And this call means the crew could target off the coast of Ireland if they needed to abort late in the second stage burn. And you'll continue to hear those different call outs along with key performance call outs from the guidance, navigation, and control officer along with the propulsion lead. We're now just under 7 minutes away from launch.
Engines are chilling in for flight.
And we just heard that confirmation that the stage 1 engine chill has started.
Yeah, exactly. That call out is because we are flowing a little bit of liquid oxygen into the engines. That's to help prepare the vehicle or the engines for the full flow of liquid oxygen into the engines. That makes sure that we don't shock the system at that full flow. Now we are still loading. At liftoff, Falcon 9 is consuming about 700 gallons of fuel per second. So engine chill helps us prevent that thermal shock into the engine. So again, we have passed that T-minus 7 minute mark. Next call out will be stage 1, RP1 loading complete, which we just heard that.
And the RP1 is densified kerosene or rocket fuel that will propel the crew into orbit. All of that RP1 is now fully loaded into the rocket, and since we previously heard that second stage loading was completed. We are still loading the liquid oxygen or LOX onto the first and second stages, and this is the oxidizer needed to combine with the densified kerosene that just finished loading. The RP1 liquid propellant needs an oxidizer to combine with in order to ignite. Coming up in just under 30 seconds at that T-minus 5 minute mark, we will hear the call for Dragon to configure for terminal count and then transition over to internal power.
This will allow the 2 people who've been up in the space station for 9 months, Butch Wilmore and Suni Williams, to come home in a few days, getting this replacement crew up there. Less than 5 minutes left. Yeah, I'll take the banner off right before the launch.
Transmitting configure for terminal count.
And there we just heard that call out for terminal count. So now Dragon onboard computers will take control of the spacecraft. And we also heard that the propellant tanks on Falcon 9 are getting ready to pressurize, adding some additional structural support to the rocket as we get ready for that strong back to retract. And that strong back provides access to Falcon 9's fueling lines.
Has started.
That strong back lower has now started, and again, that strong back provides access to Falcon 9's fueling lines and umbilicals for both propellant load and the different gases being loaded on board.
And what you should see on your screen is there's those clamp arms that are around the second stage just below Dragon. They're going to open up, and once they're fully open, then that strong back or the TE can begin to recline away from the vehicle. Now, initially, we are going to recline that TE just about 2 degrees away from the vehicle, and then we will fully move the TE about 45 degrees away up at T0. And they're maybe a little hard to see on your screen, but the clamp arms are opening up there. There's a better view. Looks like the clamp arms are now fully open, so that TE will begin to move away from the vehicle. Very slow and slight, but just enough to get two degrees away from the vehicle.
Moving away, you can see it there.
And then coming up in less than 30 seconds at the T-minus 3 minute mark, the first stage liquid oxygen or LOX load will complete. And we'll continue to check through a couple more fueling milestones, including one around the T-minus 2 minute mark before flight, where we'll hear liquid oxygen loading is complete on the second stage. And now you see all of those white clouds on your screen. Those are clouds of vapor, and they're completely normal, and we'll see them continue to build up as we get closer to launch. This is because liquid oxygen is super chilled, so a little of it will boil off in the warmer Florida air.
Stage 1, LOX load complete.
Great call out there. Stage 1.
2.5 minutes. That's not me.
Count
That's the NASA footage.
Putting liquid oxygen onto stage 2, and that'll wrap up here at the T-minus 2 minute mark, just about 20 seconds from now.
All right, here we go. Getting close to 2 minutes.
And once we finish propellant loading, that will mean that 1 million pounds of RP1 and liquid oxygen will be loaded onto Falcon 9 here, just under 10 seconds.
Less than 2 minutes.
Stage 2, LOX load complete.
We just heard confirmation that the stage 2 liquid oxygen loading is now complete. We are under 2 minutes away from launch. Gas closeout has also begun. So we're now isolating all of the feed lines for the different gas systems from the Falcon 9 rocket. And those gases will then get vented overboard through umbilicals and the strong back. And you just heard that call out that Dragon is an
Ground gas
automatic
closeouts, expect loud venting.
Well, you can hear that venting now. Obviously,
Here we
rockets
go.
are very loud, and the sound can impart pressure loads back on the rocket itself. The ton of water absorbs and prevents the sound from hitting the structure and reverberating back onto the rocket. And that call out for auto idle puts the rocket in a state the flight computers understand before it takes over, making sure the transition to final countdown is smooth and all the flight computers on board are in sync and configured for launch.
Falcon 9 is in startup.
And now we just heard that Falcon 9 is in startup.
Dragon is in countdown.
And in the final countdown, less than a minute to go, and at the time of launch, the space station will be flying 260 statute miles over the west coast of Australia.
Dragon, SpaceX. Go for launch.
Here we go.
And great call out.
SpaceX, Dragon Crew 10, copy, go for launch.
Great call out that we're go for launch, and we do have a large crowd here in front of Mission Control.
T-minus 30 seconds.
Waiting to watch Crew 10 take off today.
Where's the clock?
T-minus 15.
Oh, here we go.
T-minus 10. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition and liftoff. Go SpaceX, go NASA Crew 10.
Wow.
Copy 1 Alpha.
And liftoff of Crew 10 now
Vehicle stitching down range.
Space Station. 1.7 million pounds of thrust now propelling Falcon 9 and Crew 10. And we're continuing to get good call-outs on the first stage performance so far. We're now 40 seconds into today's flight.
Power and telemetry nominal.
Continuing to get good performance call-outs.
Throttle down.
Yeah, we are throttling down the engines in preparation for Max Q. What great timing that was. We just passed through Max Q. That's the largest structural load that the vehicle will see on ascent.
Vehicle supersonic.
Incredible video.
Stage 1, throttle up.
We're now just over 1 minute and 10 seconds into today's flight, traveling at more than 1,400 miles per hour.
Stage 1 Bravo.
And we just heard that call out for 1 Bravo, which means we're in the second and final abort mode for the first stage, continuing to get good performance. And the crew already pulling over 2 Gs. Next up, we'll have a couple of events happening in rapid succession.
Effect chill started.
First will be that engine chill on the second stage impact engine, which we just heard. And then we'll have MECO, or main engine cutoff, where the 9 engines on the first stage will cut off ahead of the first and second stages, will be separating from one another. Then the single Merlin vacuum engine on the second stage will ignite and continue to carry Crew 10 to orbit while the first stage begins its journey back to Earth. Now we're just 2 minutes into today's flight. The vehicle is traveling just under 4,000 miles per hour.
We're just about 20 seconds away from those events that Anna just mentioned. The 9 Merlin engines will shut down here in just about 10 seconds for MECO, stage separation, and SES-1.
Main engine cutoff.
SpaceX Dragon, 2 Alpha.
Stage separation confirmed.
Nice.
2 Alpha.
Look at that. Wow.
Great call-outs and incredible views there on your left-hand screen. On your left-hand screen, you can see a view from stage 1. And an extremely excited crowd here in Hawthorne. Awesome views of that boost back burn on the first stage, as well as the MVAC engine igniting on the second stage. Great views there. Now the booster is in its boost back burn. This is the first of 3 burns as it makes its way back down to Earth. This will last about 45 seconds. And the crew, 10 crew, is still on board Dragon attached to Falcon 9's second stage, which you can see there on your right-hand screen.
And we're now at 3 minutes and 20 seconds into today's flight. The vehicle is traveling about 6,500 miles per hour. They are on their way to the space station. And we did have that confirmation coming up of the boost back shutdown, and then coming up at the T plus 6 minute mark. And there we have our first images of the crew inside the Dragon spacecraft as they make their way into orbit. And the crew
Dragon, SpaceX, nominal trajectory.
continuing to get good call-outs.
SpaceX Dragon, copy nominal.
The stage 2 continues to be on power with in its firing until we get to that second stage engine cutoff around the 9-minute mark of flight. About 5 minutes of flight to go before Dragon will be flying free.
Some cool views there on your left-hand screen. That's the first stage booster as it's making its way back down to Earth. This is a ground tracking camera getting these awesome views.
And on the right-hand side of your screen, you can see that lone Merlin vacuum engine of the second stage. We're continuing to get good performance on the second stage. And the crew's G-loads will dip right when we hit the separation events, and it's going to continue to build up until then.
Dragon, SpaceX, nominal trajectory.
SpaceX Dragon, copy nominal.
Nominal is where they want to be.
We're now at 5 minutes into today's flight with a liftoff at 7:03 p.m. Pacific, 7:03 p.m. Eastern, 4:03 p.m. Pacific. Continuing to get good call-outs as Stage 1 makes its way back to Earth, and Stage 2 continues to fire, propelling Dragon into orbit.
If you're just now joining us, the 4 members of Crew 10 launched from Launch Complex 39A at Kennedy Space Center in Florida. And they're currently on board Dragon, still attached to Falcon 9's second stage, which you're seeing there on your right-hand screen. On your left-hand screen, the first stage vehicle is making its way back down to Earth. It already completed the first of 3 burns as the boost back burn, and the next event coming up for that vehicle is going to be the entry burn.
Dragon, SpaceX, nominal trajectory.
Great call-outs there. That entry burn is coming up.
SpaceX Dragon, copy nominal.
That entry burn is coming up here in just under 20 seconds. We'll reignite 3 of those 9 Merlin 1D engines to help slow the vehicle down as it makes its way back into the Earth's atmosphere.
We're now just over 6 minutes into today's flight as Dragon and the second stage continue traveling at over 12,000 miles per hour, making their way into orbit and on the way to the International Space Station.
There we just saw on the screen, it was very quick, but we had the entry burn, which we got some cool views of that from the ground, which is awesome.
Always incredible seeing the rockets land back.
Now the next event coming up will be the landing burn for the first stage. That's coming up here in about 30 seconds.
Dragon, SpaceX, nominal trajectory.
Again, great call-outs for
SpaceX Dragon, copy nominal.
Confirmation there from the crew as they continue to make their way into orbit. Now 7 minutes into today's flight, the first stage making its way back down to Earth and the second stage continuing to fire.
This is an awesome view. Let's see if we can see the center engine relight for that landing burn here in a few seconds.
Wow, look at this. Incredible video on the left there.
There's that landing burn. Let's watch as Falcon 9 touches down on landing zone 1.
Just crazy. Look at that. Wow. Amazing. Amazing. Looks like a movie, but it's live. Very neat.
And the crowd here is excited to see Falcon 9 touchdown on landing zone 1.
Always incredible. One of our
And
viewers
now
said never
that
gets
the
old.
first stage has made its way back to Earth, we're about a minute away from the second engine cutoff, which we're expecting around the 9-minute mark of today's flight. We're continuing to get good call-outs, and Dragon and all of the systems on the vehicle are performing as expected. Just over 8 minutes into today's flight, traveling more than 21,000 miles per hour.
Terminal got in.
So far, so good.
Hearing good call-outs. We're about 30 seconds away from that second engine cutoff, and then shortly after that, about a minute or so later, we will have orbital insertion.
SpaceX Dragon, Shannon.
SpaceX copy, Shannon.
And that call out there for Shannon, and that is the call out for Shannon, Ireland, which is the final abort stage for the second stage off the coast of Ireland. Standing by for a second engine cutoff.
And back shutdown. Dragon SpaceX, nominal orbit insertion.
Nominal means normal.
There we heard confirmation
Launch
of
escape system disarmed.
good confirmation of orbital insertion. Crew 10 is now well on their way to the International Space Station following a 9.5-minute flight uphill.
Now, the second stage is preparing for Dragon separation here, which should happen shortly. In about 10-15 seconds is what we're expecting. Now we're preparing for stabilizing the second stage so that we can have a smooth separation.
And there you can see on the left-hand side of your screen.
Look at that.
The crowd is going wild. There on your screen you can see that Dragon separation, that second stage making its way. And Dragon is now flying free. 10 minutes into today's flight. That was about a minute after we had that second engine cutoff and orbital insertion. And it looks like a good separation, good rates. Dragon now flying free. There on the right-hand side of your screen, you can see some first images of Crew 10 inside the Dragon Endurance spacecraft as they're now successfully in orbit.
Dragon, SpaceX, Chief Engineer on Countdown 1. On behalf of the entire Falcon team, we thank you for flying with Falcon and wish you a great mission. Over to LD.
It was an honor flying with you this evening. We wish you well on your journey and give Crew 9 our best. Thank you for flying SpaceX.
So SpaceX got him up there.
SpaceX Dragon, this is Crew 10 Commander Ann McClain. Thank you to all of the teams from across the world who contributed to the launch today. Spaceflight is tough, but humans are tougher. Days like today are made possible only when people choose to do the harder right over the easier wrong. Build relationships, choose cooperation, and believe in the inherent goodness of all people across the world. To my family and friends, without you, I would not be here. Explore boldly, live gracefully, go Crew 10. And over to pilot Nicole Ayers.
Pilot Nicole Ayers again. We are not the first humans to get to orbit, and we wouldn't be here without the bravery and hard work of those who have paved the way for human spaceflight. We now get the unique perspective of Earth without borders and get to revel in the connectedness of humanity. I would be remiss to not once again acknowledge those who helped me get here to this wonderful view and this perspective, to the teachers, coaches, fellow officers, fellow teammates, Raptor Nation, to my friends and family that encouraged my dreams from the start. Thank you. I wouldn't be here without you.
is Mission Specialist Takuya Onishi. I want to say a huge thank you to NASA and SpaceX, especially the Falcon 9 team for the successful launch, and we are looking forward to a smooth ride to the International Space Station. 日本の皆さん、たくさんの応援ありがとうございます。9年ぶりの無重力の感覚をかみしめてます。これから先の ISS への宇宙の旅、楽しんでいきたいと思います。I will now hand the mic over to Mission Specialist Kirill.
Thanks a lot to NASA and SpaceX for this wonderful ride, and I want to say a couple of words in Russian. Пользуясь такой чудесной возможностью, хочу поздравить с 65-летием со дня начала подготовки первого отряда. И также хочу сказать спасибо большое за те знания и жизненный опыт, который мной были получены в всех стенах для того, чтобы выполнить этот полет. А также спасибо школе номер 14 города Назарова, Ульяновскому высшему авиационному училищу гражданской авиации и авиакомпании Макар и Нордвин, где я начинал свой путь в небо. И, конечно же, спасибо большое семье и за поддержку.
Someone asked how long it takes them to get there. They're supposed to get there tomorrow, but I mean, U.S.
Thank
time.
you, Crew 10. At this time,
I'm
I can
not sure
report
when. I got to look that
nominal
up.
dehumidifier activation and service section Draco checkouts.
Apparently, they're supposed to get there around.
SpaceX Dragon, copy.
I think around maybe 6 a.m. or maybe a little earlier. Maybe 5 a.m., 6 a.m. Is that right? I have to figure that out. The launch 2 days ago was supposed to leave at 7:48 Eastern time and then get there around 6 a.m. So if the timing is similar, I guess between, but maybe this is different. That launch, the launch 2 days ago was supposed to take about 10, 11 hours to get there. But is this a longer one? 11, is this a longer one? Yeah, some people are saying this is a longer one. Yeah, a bunch of our viewers are saying this one is longer. Let me see if I can find the answer.
And such great words from Crew 10, as well as the Corps here in Hawthorne and Mission Control. We also got confirmation that the nose cone deploy is underway. The 6 hooks that hold the nose cone in place during the launch and ascent portions have to retract, and then the nose cone will be able to start to swing open and deploy. Now, this uncovers a number of critical systems for the flight up to the space station, including the forward bulkhead thrusters and the docking hatch. Just pausing in case there were going to be any comms. And we did have good confirmation, good checkouts of the 12 Draco thrusters around the service section. Now, 4 to go after we get the nose cone open, and then the ECLIS, the environmental control and life support system, activated inside of Dragon. Now, soon the crew will be able to get their visors open and get out of their suits and settle in for the ride to the space station.
And now we're just waiting for confirmation that the nose cone has fully deployed with all of the hooks open. But just to recap a little bit, we did have a successful liftoff of Crew 10 about 18 minutes ago at 7:03 p.m. Eastern, 4:03 p.m. Pacific. And following an approximately 9-minute ride after liftoff, we had that orbital insertion, and Dragon and Crew 10 were flying free and well on their way to the International Space Station. They now have an approximately a 28-hour journey before they do reach their destination at the space station.
28 hours. Okay,
that docking is targeted for tomorrow, March 15th at 8:30 p.m. Pacific, 11:30 p.m. Eastern, to the forward-facing port of the station's Harmony module. Between now and then, Dragon will perform a series of burns as it catches up to the space station, and that first burn will be a phase burn about 30 minutes from now at 4:52 p.m. Pacific, 7:52 p.m. Eastern.
And the nose cone is about 75% open at this point. Human spaceflight has come so far in the last 5 years with Dragon. In addition to flying people, SpaceX's Dragon spacecraft also enables researchers the opportunity to fly critical science to orbit. And so far, SpaceX and Dragon have carried over 1,000 research experiments to and from low Earth orbit, both to the International Space Station and on our free flyer missions. From DNA sequencing to 3D printing studies enabled by Dragon, and the space station tests Dragon and the space station test a variety of technologies, systems, and materials.
International Space Station. Again, we're just standing by for confirmation that that nose cone has fully deployed.
Sorry.
And we may
I will
also
say
get
that
some
again.
additional look inside the cabin of the crew.
As we patiently wait for those views, we are trying to see if we can get some views. We were seeing some views from the second stage. This looks like it might be a view from the forward.
Dragon SpaceX, nominal nose cone opening and forward bulkhead Draco checkouts.
SpaceX Dragon copies and confirm nominal E+ activation and go for visors.
And there we heard confirmation that the nose cone has fully deployed and that the crew is now able to lift their visors. And there, again, we're seeing some views inside the Dragon Endurance spacecraft with Crew 10 on their way to the International Space Station.
Affirm, you are go to open visors.
Open visors.
Great calls there. They're go to open visors, which means that shortly they'll also be able to get out of their suits and get comfortable for the entire ride on Dragon to the International Space Station.
And from left to right on your screen, there's Roscosmos cosmonaut Kirill Peskov, NASA astronaut Nicole Ayers, NASA astronaut Ian McLean, and then far on the right-hand side of your screen is JAXA astronaut Takuya Onishi.
Very cool. Hey, thanks to Ron Dykman
and then you can see
Alan.
that they are in microgravity as their tablets are floating around there. They do have them attached to a little string that helps allow them so that, you know, as they're strapped into their seats, they don't lose their tablets.
We're now just over 20 minutes into today's flight following that successful liftoff at 7:03 p.m. Eastern, 4:03 p.m. Pacific. There you're getting an over-the-shoulder view between the commander and pilot, so Ian McLean and Nicole Ayers.
Thank you to Ron Dykman, to Alan, to Chaz, and for Chum Leah for your support. Really appreciate you guys being here. I was mentioning that they have a 28-hour flight to get to the space station. If they had launched on Wednesday, the plan was to take about 11 hours.
If you're just now
to
joining
get
us,
there.
you are watching live Crew 10 out in space in the Dragon vehicle. They lifted off from Space Launch Complex 39A at 7:03 p.m. Eastern Time.
Dragon SpaceX, there are about 3 minutes remaining in the current ground station pass. At this time, you're welcome to introduce your zero-G indicator. We're using the full crew cam so we can see all 4 crew members right now.
All right, copies. Thank you, SpaceX. We'd like to introduce the Crew 10G indicator. Takuya is holding him up. This is a hand crochet origami crane. The Japanese origami, hand crocheted in the United States, and his name is Drug, which is the Russian name for friend. Origami is the Japanese art of folding paper. This is a nod to the unique and deep cultural traditions from which each of us come. While we're from different parts of the world, we are brought together in this bold endeavor, and we represent all of humanity. The folded paper design was also chosen to represent paper airplanes that we made when we were kids, before we were astronauts, when all we had was a dream. And we looked up at the sky and we wondered, what if? It's a symbol that every big accomplishment starts with a quiet dream, and that dreams do come true when you believe in yourself and you listen only to those who believe in you. Crew 10 believes in all of the dreamers. The flag and the number markings on the crane, there's a number 10 on each of its wings and a flag from each one of our countries on the tail. This is a nod to each of our shared experiences as professional pilots. These patches are arranged to look like an airplane. This is a source of deep pride for our crew, because what pilot doesn't like to talk about the fact that they're a pilot? But this also symbolizes our shared culture as astronauts. In the years of training together, we found we have far more in common than we do different. Our zero-G indicator was handmade by a small business owner in the United States. This represents all the hands which created our entire space program, and this rocket and this capsule that we're flying today. It also represents all of the artists and musicians who inspire people to imagine beyond what they can see. Spaceflight is perhaps the most complex endeavor of our time, but it was built one step at a time, by one person at a time. Finally, the origami crane is the international symbol for peace, hope, and healing. Crew 10 hopes to serve as a beacon of hope, a reminder of what humans can accomplish when we see the goodness in one another and we choose to work together toward a common goal. Today, we are united not through common enemies, but through shared optimism and a basic belief in the goodness of humanity. It is far easier to be enemies than it is to be friends. It's easier to break partnerships and relationships than it is to build them. Spaceflight is hard, and success depends on leaders of character who choose the harder right over the easier wrong, and who build programs, partnerships, and relationships. We explore for the benefit of all. If you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go far, then go together. Crew 10 chooses to go together in peace, because you cannot be great without the greatness of others. Go NASA, go Roscosmos, go JAXA, and go Crew 10.
That is Crew 10. About 4 days after they get there, 4 current crew members will be coming down.
We really appreciate those words, Ann. Thanks for introducing.
And this will allow Suni Williams and Butch Wilmore to return after about,
from
about
NASA
9
astronaut
months.
and the Crew 10 commander
space.
and McLean. And again, Crew 10 comprised of McLean along with NASA astronaut Nicole Ayers and JAXA astronaut Takuya Onishi along with Roscosmos cosmonaut Kirill Peskov are now safely in orbit following an approximately 9-minute ride after a liftoff at 4:03 p.m. Pacific, 7:03 p.m. Eastern from NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida. The crew now has an approximately 28-hour journey ahead of them before they reach their destination, the International Space Station. Again, docking is targeted for tomorrow, March 15th at 8:30 p.m. Pacific, 11:30 p.m. Eastern to the forward-facing port of the station's Harmony module. Between now and then, Dragon will perform a series of burns to catch up with the space station, and that first burn will be taking place around 4:52 p.m. Pacific, 7:52 p.m. Eastern today.
And those were some great words about the zero-G indicator. Very incredible. Human spaceflight has come so far in the last 5 years with Dragon. In addition to flying people, SpaceX's Dragon spacecraft also enables researchers the opportunity to fly critical science to orbit. Now, so far, SpaceX and Dragon have carried over.
So I was saying that this will allow the Butch Wilmore and Suni Williams, who've been up there for 9 months, to come back home. I'd like to cover when they come back, the return of Suni Williams and Butch Wilmore, which, from my understanding, they will leave the space station around 4 days after these astronauts get there. So maybe midweek next week. We don't have an exact time yet.
For our future among the stars and continue our mission to make life multiplanetary. Now, we'll be signing off from SpaceX for now, so we're going to send it back to NASA. But before we go, we want to thank NASA for entrusting us with today's mission, and thank you all for being here with us today.
And with that, we're going to end our coverage from Hawthorne until we pick back up with our docking coverage in about 26 hours at 6:45 p.m. Pacific, 9:45 p.m. Eastern. March 15th for that targeted docking to the International Space Station at 8:30 p.m. Pacific, 11:30 p.m. Eastern. So for now, thank you for joining us, and back over to you, Jessica and Daryl.
I don't think I'm going to cover the docking, but you can watch the docking tomorrow night when they have
Welcome
it.
back to the Kennedy Space Center in Florida, where we just watched Crew 10 lift off from Launch Pad 39A. The crew is now en route to the International Space Station. I'm Daryl Nail. This is NASA astronaut Jessica Meir, who just watched one of her close friends and many friends, Crew 10, go up into space, and I'm wondering what that moment was like for you.
Well, I will tell you, it is a moment that you never forget. I am so excited right now sitting here thinking especially of Nicole and Kirill, because that first time experiencing prolonged weightlessness is something that they will never forget, and they will be talking about it for years and years for the rest of their lives, just like I recounted my stories here tonight. Those words were all so inspirational as well. I love how they unveiled their droog, their origami crane. It really hit on so many important themes tonight, talking about this Japanese art of folding paper, really combining all of the cultures of their crew, the name being a Russian name meaning friend, the origami crane for Japanese culture, all of the flags on the crane handmade by a small business in the U.S. It really highlights so many important elements that I know are so important to the crew and to all of us at NASA and all of the space agencies. Ideally, really in summary, highlighting the representation of peace, of hope, and of healing, and that we are all truly stronger when we work together. So thank you, Anne. Thank you, Crew 10, for those incredible words. I think that there's a lesson there for all of us tonight. We are exploring for the benefit of all.
And Crew 10 believes in all dreamers. Thank you for highlighting the words of Commander Ann McClain as well. Crew 10 will become part of Expedition 73, briefly with 72, but then 73 when they arrive on the space station. NASA's Megan Cruz joins us now with Megan Everett, Deputy Chief Scientist of the...
All right, so look, I think I'm going to start wrapping up this coverage we covered the government shutdown updates. Government shutdown not going to happen now because the Senate has passed a funding bill with some Democratic support. And also we covered President Trump speaking at the Department of Justice. We talked about some of the weather situation. We covered the launch. I need to take a break. So certainly keeping an eye on severe weather and tornadoes, which are forecast to happen tonight and tomorrow in numerous states. So I'm going to keep an eye on that. We very well might be back on the air, just depending on what happens with that. So while I have the time, I'm going to eat something and take a break and do that. So I really appreciate you guys being here for our stream. And again, I'll keep an eye on the news. One of our viewers mentioned a tornado warning. Yeah, I got to take a break and eat something. There is a tornado warning going on right now in east of Springfield, Illinois. So radar indicated a thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Fordland. So that's from Radar Omega. Again, I will keep an eye on this, and I will. I'm going to try to eat something, and then give me a second here. See how things are, but I need to eat something right now. Where is the... That's what I was trying to do. Where is the... why is this all messed up? I'm going to have to deal with this after. Got to deal with this after. Okay, so I really appreciate you being here for our live coverage, and subscribe, follow Agenda Free TV. We will have, we'll of course, be covering more news in the days to come, and I'll see what's going on tonight with the weather stuff. But subscribe, follow Agenda Free TV. Follow me on X, @Lookner. I'll post updates when I'm not on the air, @Lookner on X. And also, hey, sign up for notifications so you get notified when we go live, because I can't tell you in advance when all the breaking news is going to happen. But we have a notification system that we've made ourselves. It works awesome. It's free. We do it through Discord. So if you want to sign up for the notifications, the mods will post the link to sign up in the chat. And also, you can find that link in the description of this video on YouTube and Facebook. So sign up for the notifications. But I do really appreciate you being here for the stream. I enjoyed watching the launch with you, and thanks for being here for our news coverage for this stream. Huge thanks to our moderators. You guys are awesome. Our moderators are what make it so that we can have chat rooms, and they keep everything under control there. So really appreciate our moderators, BZ, Janet B, Beth Mystical, Sabrina, Ruth Krafasi over there on YouTube. Thank you. Also, Linda Belk, Larry, Misha on X. Thanks so much on Twitch. Bastion Girl, Big Ball of Yarn, Cerrero, Matthew Kohai 3, McBritches, Certainly Dev. Thank you. All of our other Twitch moderators and our other moderators, and K Lowry Body, Paul Anderson, Margaret Riley. Thanks so much for moderating over there on Facebook. I really appreciate it. And thanks Smelly Cat for your support on Twitch. Thank you, Smelly Cat. And well, don't that beat all for subscribing on Twitch. Thank you. Thanks to everybody who donated. So nice of you guys. I really appreciate your support. That is what allows the channel to exist. So thank you so much for that. If you ever want to donate, you can go to agendafree.tv, agendafree.tv. But huge thanks for your support of the channel. I think I got everybody. So thank you. We do have a chat. You can chat with other viewers when we're not on the air. We have a Discord chat. It's free. Check it out. A bunch of our viewers really like the Discord chat. Same link as the notifications link, so you can go there and check that out if you'd like. And big thanks to our Discord mods for all you do as well. Thank you, Discord mods. Hey, another good way to find out when we're going live or keep up with the channel, if you're on X, Agenda Free TV on X. I always post there before we go live. I post some updates about the channel there. So if you're on X, follow @Agenda Free TV. Also, for those YouTube viewers out there, I would suggest subscribing. That's not what I would suggest. Subscribe if you want, but what I was going to say is that's up to you whether to subscribe or not. But if you do subscribe, make sure you get notifications. So I would suggest turning on the notifications. That's what I would suggest if you want to know when we're coming on YouTube. But it's a little tricky to turn on notifications on YouTube. So the way you have to do it on YouTube is you subscribe, and then you got to click this bell and choose all notifications. So if you do watch on YouTube and you are subscribed, make sure you have the notifications bell checked and you've chosen all notifications. Okay. Oh, by the way, thanks so much to Donna Smith for the gift memberships. Thanks for all the gift memberships, Donna Smith. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Thanks also to our Facebook subscribers for supporting the channel. Eve Richards, Lou Green, Margaret Riley, Kay Lowry Body, Robert Rial II. Oh, by the way, Bud Green was moderating too. Thanks, Bud, for moderating. I appreciate that. All of our Facebook subscribers, Sharon Klassen Goslin. Thank you, Facebook subscribers. And also our Twitch subscribers, such as Smelly Cat, Annie Cush, Matthew Kohai 3, Wall Street and Shaggy. Thanks also to Big Chief Rick for subscribing. Thanks so much, Big Chief Rick. Big Ball of Yarn, Chi-Town Bear, Holistic, McBritches. I don't even know how to. Is it the Troll? Jazzy Renee, thanks for subscribing on Solid. Thank you, Sky King 5573. Rob from HD, thanks for subscribing. Spleenless Dave, thanks for subscribing. Yay for you, thanks for subscribing. They will be docking tomorrow night with the space station. I don't think I'm going to cover it, but there'll be live coverage online. I think NASA and SpaceX might be covering it. Also, thanks to our YouTube members, Wickedest Witch, Xylee42, Harper Ann, Sadi BB, Tracy, Naomi Nocturnal, Ken Lance, Jimmy ZNJ, Roger Shoemaker, David Gray, Evelyn in Maine. Thanks for being members. Jen Xer, UV Lightning, CAC813, Angelina Knox, Raven Knight, Confidence in God, Marnie, Jimmy ZNJ, Brendan Bladzik, Truth WSYF. Thanks for being members. Mike J, HNKVP9, Kyle Krieg, Rose's Roundup, Marty Hagwood. Good to see you, Marty. Music Muse, Justin King. Thanks for being members. Roger Shoemaker, Ron Dykeman, Northwoods Hiker. Sharon Heberling, good to see you, Sharon, as well. Tracy, Babs, Ronan, Sharkbite, Jen Xer, Sadie BB, Aussie Joe. A lot of members over there in YouTube. Thanks. All of our other members, too. And all of our other viewers as well. I really appreciate everybody watching. Thanks also for sending me updates and for letting me read your comments on the air. Maisie said the notifications never work for her. Do you mean YouTube? Well, again, the best notifications are the Discord ones, the free Discord ones. So the link's in the description of this video. The mods can maybe post that again. Sign up for the Discord notifications. Those work the best. Okay. Thank you, Barbara Knoll, for being here. Thank you, Mostly Dolls and Helicopters. Jamie Rowland, thanks for watching. And David Karshan, Tia Christie, Tony Neem, Paula Thompson, Audrey Burbank, Melissa Yakobachi, Melissa Terry, thanks for watching. And all of our other viewers, the Ouch Ouch. Appreciate you being here. Acid Revenue's DVD Archive. Zim Guy, thank you. Justin Winters. All right, so wrapping it up, taking a break. I'm going to keep an eye on the weather situation. Severe weather forecast for tonight and tornado outbreak forecast for some parts of some southern states tomorrow, which we talked about earlier. So I'll be keeping an eye on that. We very well might be back on the air covering that. But I'm going to take a break right now. Thank you for watching our live coverage today and for bearing with me as we switched from different thing to different thing because there were a bunch of things going on. That is it right now. Thanks for watching, and we will see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.